Somebody,
He earned that
so
one.
yeah, somebody had that beer waiting for Jesse. Hey, look who's with us.
Yeah.
Yo,
The
Chatty
dope
House was good.
ones. I've never hit. Hey, there it is.
Was really good.
We just wrapped up an episode of Corners of the Culture. Donnie wanted to hang out for a few minutes.
Yeah, can't wait for y'all to check that one out.
Yeah.
But real quick, man, before the show starts, got the Chatty House live here with my brothers. Yo, I just gotta say that Sky River event was something really special. I can't even really put it into words, honestly. It was just like overwhelming is the word that keeps coming to mind, because I mean the love that was in the building, like
Mhm.
it was but it was that's a direct product of how special this show is. The two of you creating this community is a beautiful thing, man, and I'm just so privileged to be a part of this. And it was like, put on full display on Friday. Like, I mean, I got to give you both your flowers, because you've created a community of, like, beautiful, loyal, great people, man. And the love was definitely felt. Like, I was touched. Like, I just wasn't ready, man. Like, I was not ready for any of that. You know what I'm saying? And just to see it, because that was like, that was really the first time I was outside, like, for real, like since the pandemic.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah.
And then just, immediately, as soon as I walk in, like, I see you, Manny. What's up, my brother? I see you, Warren. What's up, my brother? Everybody there, man. Bryce, Dave Garcia, Coach Molly, just everybody who was there just shows so much love. My guy, I got to shout out my guy Mark. Like, just everybody was just, man.
Man, it's a dope community, man. It's a dope group of people that get down with the show.
It is.
No, it is, but it's like it's just a reflection of how dope the two of you are. And y'all are making history. Y'all are making Black history. Y'all are making Sacramento history, sports history. And Damien, you said it when you first found out about this opportunity. You knew what your intentions were, and then you brought Kenny on, and y'all just took it and ran with it, from humble beginnings too.
Yeah.
In the house,
2 hours, long lunch breaks.
Long lunch break. All right, guys, I got to go back to work now.
Man, but what the community you've built, and the following, and just the overall just support and love is just, I feel it, and I'm just appreciative of being a part of it. Even if I had like nothing to do with the show, I was just in attendance, I would be moved. But the fact that I could say, I'm a part of this thing,
big part
just,
of it.
I'm
Absolutely,
just
man.
so
Absolutely. It
so blessed.
To me, it
seriously.
all comes together, man.
Yeah.
First of all, I appreciate all the kind words, but it all ties together, man. When you talk about what we're able to do, myself and Damien, combined with what you've brought to the table with the visuals and the support, combined with what all these people do in the Chatty House every day. I say it all the time. I mean it. I'm not. It's not just lip service. Like, I think I'm really good at what I do. I think I'm really good at what I do.
Without a
I think
doubt.
Damien is great at what he does.
Pop your collar, Kenny.
You know what I'm saying? But in this profession and what we do, it don't matter how good you are if there isn't an audience.
Right.
It doesn't, like, if there's no audience, if there's not people tapping in every day,
yeah,
if there's not people supporting every single day,
yeah.
I could be as good as I want to be.
Yeah.
Stacey will be like, "You're not cutting it. You got to go."
Right.
You know what I mean? So I never miss sight of the people that support what we do.
Absolutely.
Never, because
Will Z, shout out Will Z.
Yeah, you never can, because that's why we're still able to be here.
Well, and that's a part of the reason why I wanted to come on and say this live, because I could have said it to y'all off camera, off live, but I got to give the Chatty House their flowers too.
Yeah.
Because the love that they, and support and loyalty that they show you guys, everybody's in Dillon and KC hoodies, the merch, like, they just, the love is real, but it's not, it's obvious, is because it's generated from the love the two of you put into this, how great the two of you are at this, and you show them your appreciation for them constantly. And even with this YouTube movement, I know my time's running out, but it's just a beautiful thing that I feel, really blessed to be a part of. And the event, the next event, the game, like I was hurt that I couldn't go to the game. I was trying to buy tickets to the Michelob thing and I couldn't. Ticketmaster wasn't working. But when you announced that the next event is like the last game of the season at the field house?
No, it's not the last game of the season. It's April 5th. April 5th.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna be
Okay.
watching together at the field house. And I was told by Megan the response to that yesterday.
Fan appreciation.
Was pretty crazy.
Fan love. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So salute to both of you, my brothers. Thank you for everything. Chatty House, thank y'all. Everybody who showed love, thank you so much.
That's love.
Download Corners of the Culture.
Download Corners of the Culture.
Yes, sir.
Download Corners of the Culture. Hit us
Dope
with
ones,
thank y'all. God bless and good night. Appreciate you, bro. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Turn the mic off while you had that conversation. All right, boy. Appreciate you. Great stuff today. Yeah, love you too, boy. Great stuff. Great stuff. Man, Donnie saved that damn podcast, boy. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
I look forward to those conversations every week. That stuff was hard. I mean, Kenny and I love each other, but damn, we can only talk to each other for so many hours a day. Having Don in there is helpful.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
No, there's nothing.
I was like, do I hit the air horns and just not the song? Just
nothing to be excited about.
Just nothing. Just
another.
Just to start the show. Start the show.
We'll do it live.
Yeah, well, we're live, pal. I guess we
damn thing sucks.
Oh, it's live, pal.
Welcome in to the Tuesday, March 21st edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
We are so happy. I should say it's D-Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. And we are so happy to be here with you on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Shout out to everybody watching the show. Shout out to everybody who goes back and watches the show later, picks up on the visuals. We appreciate that so much. And of course, everybody listening on ESPN 1320 AM and the Odyssey app, wherever you are, we appreciate you making us a part of your day. So sorry that we can't be talking about a Kings victory last night. I'll be honest with everyone. I told Kenny this yesterday before the show started. That game we saw last night is the exact game I thought we were going to see Saturday. I told Kenny, I thought the Kings were going to lose Saturday. Not when the game started and I saw how they were playing. I was really confident when the game started. But I was like, God, they can't keep. There's got to be a letdown somewhere. Right. Just it happens. It's not indicative of the team. It doesn't mean this is all falling apart. It doesn't mean they threw a game away. It's just it's hard to play at the absolute highest level every single night, and it feels like this team has been doing it a lot lately. That travel from Chicago to Brooklyn was tough. They got that Brooklyn game. I was like, all right, I think they're going to take a breather and maybe have a tough time with Washington. That didn't happen. Thought they played Washington really well. Travel to Utah, not a short trip from the nation's capital. Came out as flat as they possibly could, fought back. I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, everybody thought they were going to fight back. It was just a question of how close would they get? Well, they wound up taking the lead and then just couldn't close. Both games I watched were damn near identical. Fought back, took the lead, couldn't close, wound up turning both of them off angry. But Kings lose last night, and probably it's multiple ways you can look at it. Kings lost last night. All right, they got a chance to get right tonight. Or Kings lost last night, had to travel home, and now they have to play the Boston Celtics.
I mean, that's the way you look at it. Like, you got people out there, and look, even got people in the chat, guys like Alex who live and die on every single game and don't understand the process of a season, the process, all this other stuff. Talking about, humble pie today. Humble pie for what? They lost the basketball game.
Yeah.
Like, it's the NBA. What we thought they was going to win their next 30 game. What they got
13,
11 left.
12. Yeah.
They got that. Well, last
Plus
night,
2. Yeah.
Last night they had 12. Plus they got to get 16 to win the NBA championship.
Well,
So 20. They're going to go 28-0, and that coincides with they had already won 3 in a row. So they were going to win 31 straight games. And if they don't
wouldn't even have been a record.
And if they don't win 31 straight games, it's humble pie. Like, stop. They lost the game. Is it a game that I feel like they should have won because mainly of the people that were out? Absolutely.
Yeah.
They didn't get it done last night. They had a horrendous start.
Yeah.
At halftime, I thought they were going to win the game because they were down 25, I think, in that second quarter. And I was like, it's not going to happen tonight. They got to show me something before the half. They're able to get it to 16. I thought they could even get it lower.
Well, the part
somebody hit a 3.
They kept getting to 13 repeatedly. And every single time they got to 13, every time the Jazz hit a 3. And went right back to 16. Every single time.
But the 16 was all I needed. I tweeted it out at halftime. Oh, Kings going to win tonight. And sure enough, they did what I expected them to do.
The quote tweet was funny. The quote tweet was funny.
No, the damn the Twitter limit didn't let me finish what I had to say.
Because I think what you said was, I think what you tweeted at halftime was the Kings are going to win. You didn't say tonight. You said the Kings are going to win, and then you quote tweeted it tomorrow. That made me laugh. I thought that was funny. Man.
But I thought they were going to win because I thought they got it down enough at the half to get that second half surge, and they got the second half surge. They took the lead. They were in, but I think they were up 4 with like 3 minutes to go. They were there to take care of business. They just didn't close it out. Didn't get the stops they needed, and then they didn't hit the shots needed at the end of the game, and they lost. They lost the game, man. Yeah. Like you said, it's not indicative on who this team is or what's going to happen or anything like that.
Not ready for prime time.
It's not. It's really not. They lost the game. They're gonna newsflash. They're going to lose some more games this year.
Nah.
It's going to happen. That's not going to, I still think they are who they are, and they have a possibility to get where I believe they can. But, hey, breaking glass, please. Stone Cold's breaking glass.
Oh, my. Where is it?
There it is. This is not the last game the Kings will lose this year.
Oh, my. Oh, my. Wow, that is the breaking news of all breaking news right there. I'll say this though. One concern I have, and I feel like the Kings have let me rephrase that. Hit the dump button. One concern that I think is reasonable is the vibes could switch up real quick because you dropped that one to Utah, right? You got Boston tonight. Tonight's going to be tough for Boston. Or tonight's going to be tough against Boston. And then, of course, you've got Phoenix coming up after that. 2 really tough games, 2 really, really tough opponents. Friday's the first night of a back-to-back. You've got Saturday's game against Utah. You got Utah again. You got the Timberwolves after that. All of these teams are playing for something, right? So the vibes could switch up here pretty quickly. The vibes could switch up with this stretch of games coming up. But Kings have answered the call at every turn. Absolutely. Every single turn, the Kings have answered the call.
Absolutely.
And will you knock it off? Will you grow up?
If you didn't look that time, I wouldn't have said it.
Will you look? Okay. Look, I'm working with a child over here. Here's what happened. Look, Jesse doesn't even know what happened.
I was cool. I said what's up, and I kept it moving. But you gave the second look, and I couldn't hold it.
So I guess the station has some visitors that are being shown around the studio, and a couple of them caught my eye, and they caught Kenny's eye, and said hello. And then they lingered like they were still there.
That's the killer. Like it wasn't just like keep moving.
Like
they
didn't.
Sitting there watching.
There was like a full. It was like. Oh, all right. And then I had to look back over. Like, what do you want me to do? Man, I
Who was that with them,
apologize.
Rich?
That was Corey.
Oh, it's Corey.
That was Corey.
That was
I believe
Corey.
I believe that those are our friends from Twin
Those
Peaks.
are our people.
Those are our people
Shout out.
from Twin Peaks. Yes,
Our
those
people.
are our people from Twin Peaks.
But no, your point is
I don't know what
is
my
well,
point
well you were
was. Matter of fact, I'll be back in about 10 minutes.
well, you're talking about what's coming up,
Must be
right?
warm outside.
Is it not raining outside?
I don't
What's
think
going
so.
on?
I don't think so.
But your point was about, they got a possible tough stretch and momentum and things of that nature,
Yeah.
and how they've answered the call all season long. And they've answered the call like
every
they
time.
could lose. They've answered the call every time.
Every
They
time.
could lose tomorrow or tonight.
Mhm.
They could lose Friday.
Mhm.
And I won't change what I think about this team.
Mm.
They're solidified for what they've showed us, in my opinion. The only thing that matters at this point is how they perform in the playoffs. That's the only thing that matters. They could finish the regular season 18-3. You think anybody will care if they get swept in the first round?
No.
Nobody will care. They're at the point now in their season where the only thing that matters is how they perform in the playoffs. That's the only thing that matters. Everybody can make whatever they want about, what they saw yesterday and all this other. They can say whatever they want about it. Next 3 games, however those play out, whatever. The bottom line is they've worked to get in the position where they're going to be in the playoffs. They're probably going to be top 4 and have home court.
Yeah.
And how do they respond to all of that?
Yeah, that's the looking at Memphis' schedule. We'll break this down. Two is starting to feel like a bit far-fetched, not because of the Kings, but because of what Memphis has ahead of them. We mentioned that the Kings are playing a bunch of teams who are all playing for something. Memphis is not. They're playing teams that aren't playing for anything. Like they've got 3 games against teams that have already been eliminated. There've only been 4 teams eliminated. They've got 3 games against those teams coming up in the next. I think 3 of their next 4 games are against teams that don't have anything to play for. We'll touch on that. Let's mention also again losing last night. It's. I'm guessing a lot of people expected them to win last night, though, given the fact.
I did.
Well, what I meant though was given the fact Zach Lowe dropped a Domantas Sabonis article. I think it was Michael Scotto. I think. Yeah. Dropped the De'Aaron Fox article today. Like all of this Kings content has been dropping all over the place. And I think it was Ramona Shelburne who taught us, we really like to drop content when a team is cooking, when a team is winning. Yeah. And I'm guessing a lot of people thought, oh, you know what? After the Utah game, finish up that road trip, maybe they're 4-0. We could, drop all our content then. Obviously, it doesn't matter. The Kings are still playing really, really well. 11-3 now since the All-Star break. But I think people's greater concern is the fact that you've got the Boston Celtics coming into play tonight. And don't let the fact that the Boston Celtics are struggling a little bit get in the way of a good story. Like this is a team who is looking to get right, make it right, get back to where they need to be. And Sacramento's like, we've dropped a couple. We dropped one in Utah yesterday. Shouldn't have done that. Okay, let's get back on track tonight.
And I know you're not saying this. This isn't directed to you or anybody. I'm just speaking in general. But the Boston Celtics, we talking about the Kings got the Celtics and the Suns coming up. The Celtics and the Suns have the Kings coming up.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like the way we talk about those teams,
yeah.
They need to talk about the Sacramento Kings because that's the type of team that they are this year. So still during J Street Vibes last night, trying to figure out why the hell this game is tonight. Have no idea.
There's absolutely
Boston hasn't played since Saturday.
Nope.
They're not playing again until Friday.
Nope.
Why this game had to be tonight, I don't know, but it is.
It would be horrible to not mention De'Aaron Fox had 37 points last night.
He tried.
It was spectacular. So we'll
hit
talk
19 threes last night.
Well, I know it's crazy. We'll talk a lot about De'Aaron Fox. Unfortunate to see Willis Reed passed away. Willis Reed's passed away today. Obviously one of the most famous clips in NBA. I believe he dropped 40 that game.
Take the 0 off.
A 4. Oh, he dropped 4 that game.
But it was the first 4.
The first 4, but there isn't a player on that team who won't tell you how seeing Willis Reed out there didn't motivate them to do better. So sad to see an NBA legend passed away. We're just getting started. We appreciate you so much for being with us. You want to sound off about what you saw last night, you could do that. 916-909-1320. It's Trysta Tuesdays. Trysta Krick will be with us at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. Will Z is going to join us here this hour as well. And Jason Jones, J Street Vibes Podcast. They'll all be with us here.
Professor.
I might be back on the show alone. Maybe we won't be, but it's going to be an eventful.
We'll be right back.
Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah, no, that was definitely a cue. That's why I pointed at you. Does Kimberly need us?
I'll go find out.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
I don't think she needs it. That's hilarious. You know,
she must have needed something. She never does that.
I think she was just messing with us. This is sensational.
Absolutely sensational. Oh, she does.
I will. Hopefully they got wings.
Lord. Oh yeah. Say that.
Oh my God.
Oh my bad. I didn't mean to.
What's up, y'all? What's up? What's good, baby? You know we out here. You know me. I don't even have my headphones. Damn.
Oh, okay, that's good. It'll be fun. That game's going to be loud. It's going to be a big one. That's good. Hey, sorry about that. Didn't mean to.
Okay.
Didn't mean to.
I didn't even leave. I left my headphones.
Didn't mean to just leave.
Everything.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
She said, y'all come take a picture? Yeah. Right now. How many you want? 1, 2? What y'all want to do? Sorry about that. Hey, when Kimberly calls.
Had to work.
Lord.
Had to work.
What's the food situation looking like back there?
Oh, you might want to get up there. Yeah, there's wings all over the
Nah,
place.
yeah, it looks good. They got pizza. They
Yeah,
got
there's a lot of.
tacos.
It looks amazing.
Big ups.
Lord have mercy. Lord is my shepherd. He know what I want. You might have to bring it back. I got to shut down.
For sure. Yeah, man, they got wings. They got tacos. I wanted to see what the tacos taste. But see, there's the thing. I know you guys talk about me eating and all this other stuff. Like, I'll snack, but stuff like that is like food, right? I don't want to like be. I'll take a little popcorn or something like that, but I can't really get what I want to get. Like a burger, like I can't really dive into it. So I said some wings and some fries, just little finger foods. We'll see what happens.
Nah, no celery. Y'all are okay. Can y'all stop with the jokes? Y'all are cold. Kimberly said, "Can y'all come take a picture?" I'll let that 4,000-pound store shut on Kenny's face.
That was an all-timer.
The best part is that we heard you too.
Say less.
That was an all-timer.
Man.
I think this show might end up being behind the paywall. I don't need this.
That picture might be behind the paywall. That's not going on Instagram, is it? You know, they're taking pictures. What exactly are we doing with this picture? Oh, man. Like, are we back? Because I didn't hear any.
My fault. I didn't hit the button. I was like, what's he waiting for?
Everybody's flustered around here today. Everybody. We get a couple of partners come in because you know we partner with
there's our people.
Partner, and just people just flustered. Left
Yeah,
and right.
I was like, wait, what's he pausing so much for?
It's a dramatic ass pause. I don't know. Be on the lookout for a live show at Twin Peaks, apparently, like because that stuff could go down. One thing that is definitely going down is the Dillon and Casey watch party at Fieldhouse American Sports Pub. The Kings in Dallas coming up on April 5th. We want to watch the game with you. It's a completely free event. Come hang out. Shout out to everybody who's already registered. Again, registering is just kind of like a RSVP. Here's a little something that we'll share with our people because that's what we do. We don't keep secrets on Dillon and Casey. We'll keep the last commercial break a secret. But we'll talk about this. I as soon as I walked in, Megan, our wonderful promotions person,
Shout
said,
out, Megan.
"Hey, you must have announced the watch party around 12:30 yesterday." I was like, "Yeah, it was about 12:30, 12:45." She was like, "Yeah, I was working from home. I checked my email. We had 25 notifications for people who were RSVPing, and then by this morning, it had quote sold out."
Oh,
and she was like, "We're opening it back up tomorrow." So sold out meant 50 people RSVP. She was like, "Can we do more?" I was like, "Yeah, open it back up." People. There were people who didn't even see yesterday's show. They have got to stop this. This has got to stop. I need. Oh, isn't that nice? Is it? Oh, isn't that? Look, it's this live radio show. This is literally a live radio show. Well,
they brought me a taco too.
Literally a live.
That was Tiana who brought it too. Tiana and Kim. Big ups to them. The food looks great. You can get more of this at Fieldhouse on April 5th. No, that's really dope though. That's so you said like
it's open back up.
So
I asked her, I was like, "What's the capacity of this place?" And she said, I think it's like 150. Like, just sell that bitch out. Like, just RSVP. Like, if you haven't RSVP'd yet over at ESPN1320.com, go do that. We'll watch the game with you. I think it's a 5:30 start. We'll be there 5 till we're ready to leave when the game is over. Like, we'll hang out, man, just like we did on Friday. So again, a completely free event coming up April 5th, the Dillon and Casey watch party at Fieldhouse American Sports Pub. Let's show Fieldhouse what Dillon and Casey are all about. And Register over at ESPN1320.com.
You know,
I feel
love
bad
these
now.
things.
Kim thinks she can't come in.
Yeah, well,
Like
you know,
she just
live
set
radio.
you set a soda like right outside the door. It's just like
really
sitting there
did.
right outside the door. You can go get it if you want to. It's just
Just
the
real-
great part is and I don't think they fully grasp this. This happens on camera, like the window's right there, like we can literally see you. It's very nice. Look, you notice for those that are watching, and I'll explain it to the people who are listening on
They
the
got
radio.
music playing out there.
No one brought me anything. No one was like, "Hey, D'Lo, can we bring you something?" Kenny, do you want a drink? Here's your plate, Kenny. We got everything for you.
Look, what do you think is gonna happen? Like if you came and you said, "Kim, I don't eat meat." So what do you think she would say?
Do you eat chicken? No, I don't know.
She'd be like, "Oh, well, there's some Brussels sprouts over here that are really good, and there is celery over here." Like,
there is.
well, you know,
I believe it's fried zucchini.
fried
That's over there.
zucchini.
I believe there's fried.
Oh
zucchini
yeah, she
over
would
there.
definitely just give you a plate.
And there's
there's
French fries. She might be. She
It
might
would
be.
be
I could just wave her down. Like she's right there. Like she's on camera for like the entire show and has no idea. The banner that we took out to Sky River Casino never made its way back.
Really
it's
didn't.
just
It's gone.
maybe Manny took it home. Like maybe TC took it with him when he was running out of the building.
Like it's the last episode, last game at Arco or something. They're just taking stuff.
Bro, we moved Trysta to Tuesday, and now it's just been Friday vibes ever since.
Yeah, Tuesday's gone kind of nuts ever since. Like they literally brought hot wings in from Twin Peaks on a Tuesday.
On a Tuesday, going up on
a
Tuesday.
rainy Tuesday.
Yeah. Music is playing out there. They're having a great time.
This is a hell of a week here at the Odyssey studio. I was looking at the calendar today. I was like, oh boy.
Slit. But no, to your original point about April 5th, I can't wait for that.
Yeah.
And I really love that this is happening right now. The Kings are good.
Yeah.
We're able to get out there and watch games with the people. You know, maybe if I'm gonna try not to. But you get to maybe see me in my natural habitat. So if Luka
when
starts
you acting up.
if Luka starts crying about a call,
Oh man. Call that man out his name. Call that
I have
man.
to say what I gotta say. But no, it's gonna be a lot of fun. I can't wait. And thank you guys for like tapping in with the registration and all this other stuff. It helped out a lot because now, like we know, like we need more. Like keep it going.
It's also worth pointing out, like we've told our company about you guys for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they believed us. They do now.
Mm-hmm.
Like they know what it's all about now. After Sky River and then after the response for Fieldhouse, we literally it could get to the point where D'Lo and Casey are on like location every day. Like they're just trying to put us
rotating
out.
spots every day.
Oh, they're trying to put us out there just everywhere. Like you there's probably going to be like it's D'Lo and Casey city tour.
We're gonna be like a food truck. We're just gonna be in a different location
every day. Unfortunately, we're not talking about a Sacramento Kings win tonight. And I guess
have bars
thankfully,
ready too.
Yeah, did you?
Yeah.
That's when I heard you had bars ready. Couldn't wait to hear them joints.
Casey stays ready, man.
Yeah, hey, stay ready. You ain't got to get ready.
If you stay ready, I was ready.
But they're not needed. I was amused at the thought, like, is this dude gonna have to do bars Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday?
I'm like on tour. This is crazy. It'll be me on tour. So it looks like I'll get 1 day off. You heard me right, Jesse. I'll get 1 day off.
Oh, the Tapias are already talking. Yeah, but
no beams tonight. No beams tonight.
Mr.
Okay, Jesse Scalabrini.
Don't do that. Don't do that. You know. I don't rock with Celtics fans. Don't associate me.
A hell of a it's that thing where you shameful on us for diminishing the Utah Jazz last night. They're ball players too, and we can argue the Sacramento Kings are a better basketball team, but the fact is not only are those guys ball players, a lot of those guys out there were hungry ball players too.
Yeah.
They had, what was it, 5, 6, 7? They had 8 guys in double digits last night. They busted there. I think they had 8 guys in double digits. Rudy Gay was in double digits last night.
Baji was balling last night.
Yeah, like those were guys who were fighting. Those were guys who were competing, and they took advantage of the fact, like they know Utah is a home court advantage. It's a loud arena. It's always sold out. It's not the easiest place to travel to. They did a great job of taking advantage of that. They pushed. They matched the tempo of the Sacramento Kings to open. Kings were perfectly content just firing 3 after 3 after 3 after 3 in that first quarter, even as 1 missed, 2 missed, 3 missed, 4 missed. Terrence checks in, he misses. I think it was Malik who checked in and like, okay, got one to drop there. But it was dark and gloomy in the first quarter. And as you mentioned, they cut that 25-point lead down to I think it was as low as 13. It kept going back to 16. I felt really good about where they were headed into the third quarter, had that monster third quarter, couldn't close things out. But it's that thing in basketball. This happens. Like, you can't underestimate a team. You can't go in. And I think we did get a little guilty of this yesterday, looking at who was and wasn't playing. We looked past a team that was ready to fight, a team group full of ball players.
Yeah, we probably did. I mean, deservedly so. Like the Kings, they should have.
Yeah, but you don't count wins. Was the point? You shouldn't start adding wins and losses to the total before the game is played.
Well, I don't think we did that. I think we just simply
talked a lot about Boston yesterday.
but what we said was they should take care of business. They should. It was no guarantee. It's a basketball game. It's the NBA. There was no guarantee, but there's no questioning they should have won last night. They had an opportunity to have a 4-0 road trip, and they didn't take care of business. All credit to the Jazz. Yeah. Because like you mentioned, those guys played really well. Abaji played well. Kelly Olynyk was Sabonis out there. Chris Dunn played really well. So they had
Kelly Olynyk, like, they need to investigate that dude.
I'm tired of man. We got to see him one more time too.
That dude flails all over the place.
That foul at the end on Sabonis. I mean, that was egregious. Come on, man. Like, I don't like that. But he balled. He balled out last night.
He did.
So yeah, like I said, they had an opportunity. They just got outplayed, and the Kings waited too long to get going. Because they had 19 points in that first quarter. They were down 40-19 at the end of the first quarter. Still found a way to get 120. Like, that's who they are. Like, they still able to do that. They just it's tough to win when you have a 19-point quarter.
And we're at the point in the season. Again, we've said that the Kings are going to finish 2 or 3. They're not going to finish lower than that. You've got to play these games out, right? We've got to get through the regular season. We've got to get to the playoffs. We've got to. You want this team to continue to function. You want them to improve in certain areas. We actually spent a lot of time talking about that yesterday. I think there's a clip on social media about, can this team take another step defensively? That was a big focal point of what we were talking about yesterday, because we've seen them take a step up defensively recently. And for the Sacramento Kings, that doesn't mean holding an opponent to 1-on-1, though I think that's what Mike Brown would like. Based on his press conference last night. He was not okay with the amount of points that they gave up.
And he shouldn't be.
No, absolutely he shouldn't be. Because that same defensive effort that we saw the night before, it wasn't there. They weren't able to get those steals, those deflections at such a rapid rate as they were against Washington on Saturday night. And all of that isn't thrown out the window because of one bad game or as you pointed out, one bad quarter. You talked about it's tough to win a game when you score 19 points in a quarter. It's really tough if you're going to score 19 and give up 40. Again, the Kings are in virtually every game regardless of the deficit. You don't want them to be in one, but they're always going to be in a game because of the way that they play. What it boils down to is, can they get enough stops to maintain. Once they took the lead, I didn't think they were looking back.
I thought they were going to win the game.
I didn't
said it a
think
number of
you-
different times.
I didn't
thought they
think
were gonna
Utah had the legs to
Mhm.
get through it. I was like, they can't keep this up.
win. or the group out there.
Yeah.
Like, and that's I don't mean that to disparage about
They're not as
Chris Dunn
good.
and all this other stuff, but there's a reason they have people starting over them,
Mhm.
you know, and
That's
playing
right.
over them.
Yeah.
So I didn't think they had the guys to be able to bring it all home, and they did. Abaji had some big shots.
Yep.
Walker Kessler had a big putback.
Oh my
and
gosh.
Kelly Olynyk had a big three when they got it to 118, and it was like, all right, get a stop, score, and put this thing away. Kelly Olynyk comes with a three to make it 121, 118. So kudos to those guys for hitting shots, man. They did what they were supposed to do.
You know, Walker Kessler might have taken Domas's place on All NBA third team or All NBA last night. Like it felt like he was everywhere.
Yeah,
last night. I feel like his name was being said over and over and over again last night.
he played really well. He played really, really well. And I mean, it's also one of those things. And this is this wasn't a way to stall out the Kings or anything like that. But you see it a lot of times. They use so much energy trying to get back and trying to get the lead that they kind of ran out of gas. And I say it more so on the defensive end.
Okay.
At the end of the game to be able to close that thing out.
I didn't think that happened. Maybe defensively it did. I felt like they did a good enough job at like just cutting into it. And I think the part where I got a little anxious was it seemed to take them a long time to get, like, when they got within 3, then it got tied. It felt like it took a while for them to take the lead. And that's where I was like, okay, is this a mental hurdle in that comeback to get that one last basket, right? That gets you over the top. Once they got it, I was like, this game's over.
Yeah.
Clearly it wasn't. But I didn't feel like
things.
the point of what I was saying is I actually didn't feel like they exuded everything they had to get back in that game. Though speaking about what they did on the defensive end, maybe that's true.
This is one of them things, man. Like they
My friends are leaving.
Oh, why
Yeah.
them? They just couldn't get away from the Jazz. Sometimes those things happen, man.
Yeah.
Like they happen. Like they could not get away from them. They did essentially what you would expect them to do, right? Like hang close enough, take them into deep waters, take the lead, and they'll go away. They did that. And the Jazz didn't go away. The Jazz made shots. Chris Dunn hit a big time 3. I think it put him up by 1. I can't remember. But he hit a big time 3 at the top of the key. Chris Dunn ain't no shooter, but he hit that
I
one.
was happy to see him play well. I would have preferred it not be against Sacramento, but we talked a little bit about Chris Dunn. Do it against anybody.
Play the Lakers, I think. Do it against them.
Fine, do it against them.
But
I did appreciate the tweet from somebody, and I don't remember who, that Mike Brown out here playing checkers by letting the Utah Jazz
big
win,
ups,
keep
big
the
ups.
Lakers out of the playoffs just for fun.
Doing God's work out
Yeah,
there.
indeed.
Doing God's work. So,
Indeed.
in that fourth quarter, the Jazz shot 58% from the field.
Goodness gracious.
They hit some shots. Like not all of it was bad defense. I mean, this is one of the things. Like there are things that you're supposed to do sometimes as a team, but just like the Kings, like for instance, other teams are supposed to do something on defense, right? And the Kings just work past that with how their offense is. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes it's not, good enough effort. Sometimes you're not playing well enough on the defensive end. But sometimes the offense is just executing and they're one step ahead. And I saw a lot of that in that fourth quarter. I didn't think they weren't playing defense or it was just horrendous. The Jazz were executing really well. I give the Jazz a lot of credit for how they closed that game out.
They deserve a lot of credit, and I give a lot of credit to De'Aaron Fox for the Sacramento Kings crawling back into that game, as you just gave the totals for the fourth quarter for the Utah Jazz. How about the second quarter for De'Aaron Fox? He was 5 of 6 from the field. He was 3 of 4 from 3. He had 14 points in that quarter, and probably forgotten, Harrison Barnes had 12. De'Aaron and Harrison had 26 of the 33 points that the Kings scored in the second quarter.
Wow. Wow.
The killer was Harrison missed some shots late.
Can I say something?
No, you can't. You are not about to say something bad about Harrison Barnes because he missed those corner threes.
I'm not saying anything bad about him. I'm just, you know what plays in my head is like Bonte and Butcher and how they talk about Harrison unfairly, might I ask. Harrison was like what, 22 in 2016 in that final series, but when the chips were down, they just talked about how he missed wide open shot after wide open shot.
Tell Bonte, tell Butch,
they're in my head.
Tell Kyle Matson, y'all have got to get over that 2016 loss. You guys hold on to it too much. You bitch and complain about losing in 2016 to a better Cleveland Cavaliers team. You've got to let it go. You've blamed it on Draymond's suspension. You've blamed it on Harrison Barnes' shooting. You've got everybody to blame. Y'all got to let this go.
I agree. I want to see my guy who I believe in. I want to see him be clutch in those moments.
Harrison has been clutch. Shots didn't drop for him last night.
Not last
late.
night.
Late. They didn't drop for him late. They dropped for him early. They didn't drop for him late.
When was the last time Harrison hit a clutch shot late?
I don't know. He hit one against, was it Cleveland in an empty arena?
He hit the Phoenix one last year, I think it was, at the buzzer.
The Phoenix one. I don't know if he's hit any this year. I'm sure
I'm going to say he's due. I thought last night was going to be the night.
Will Z's going to join us in like 5 minutes. Will, can we find out what Harrison's clutch minute point total is?
I thought he was going to hit one of those. The first one
I thought
the first one I wasn't confident. I'm not going to lie to you. The second one
I thought the first one was a tough shot.
Yeah.
I thought that, but when he got the second look, I was like, oh yeah.
Second one I was like, he's going to hit this one.
And then no.
Damn. I got love for Harrison, man. I just want to see him get that monkey off his back.
He finished with 16, which isn't bad. I just said he had 12 in the second quarter.
Nobody outside of De'Aaron Fox, nobody played well last night.
No, Keegan did.
Keegan, my bad.
Fox
and Keegan played well. Everybody else was spotty.
Keegan is shooting. Like I looked up Keegan Murray. He has more shots in the last two games. I think it's 31 in the last two games than any other 2-game stretch the entire season.
That goes against what I asked 2 games ago. I said, hey, man, don't worry about your shots so much. Worry about rebounding.
He hit 6 threes.
Said, no, I'm shooting more.
He decided last night, I'm going to make sure I break Donovan Mitchell's 3-point rookie record. Like I'm going to go get that done. And doesn't it feel like Keegan is on the verge of breaking that record really quietly?
Yeah, like everything else he does, really quietly.
Because this is about De'Aaron, it's about Domas. Like Keegan, it's like, yeah, it was a great draft pick. They kind of thumbed their nose at what everybody was saying about Jaden Ivey, and Keegan has worked out beautifully. Everyone said he was going to be ready day one. He's definitely been that. No, oh, by the way, he's going to break a Donovan Mitchell rookie 3-point record. And that's amazing. Yeah, that's amazing.
Shout out Keegan Murray. Keep shooting that thing, man. Keep shooting that thing. I need to see that tonight.
He did 6 of 14 from 3 last night, 8 of 16. He went #buddy mode last night. Like his shots were threes.
He'll do that. He'll do that from time to time.
His shots were threes, and a lot of those like early. Man, I think he missed his first 2. He hit his third one, but I'll go back and look at the shot chart. It just felt like the Kings were 3 after 3 after 3. And I think Mark or Katie brought this up, or actually, I think it was Matt at halftime. He was like, you're not going to get back into the game with one shot. Like, just cut the lead down, possession by possession, cut the lead down, get some stops, cut the lead down, get some stops, cut the lead down. You're not going to get back in one shot. It felt like in the first quarter, they were trying to get back into it with one shot. Oh, this is the 3 that's going to put us in position. This is the 3 that's going to put us in. Okay, now we're 3 possessions back. Okay, we got to hit a 3 here because now we're falling too far behind. And it just was 3 after 3. And they were all, I think they started 1 of 8 and then leveled out a little bit.
It's a tough thing because, I mean, it's also a situation where like they believe in that part of their offense to get it going. I mean, it just had a situation
where
they started 0-4 and then they hit 12 of 14.
Yeah, it feels like there are times where they're forcing it, and I'll try that again. It feels at times where they're relying too heavily on it.
Maybe so, but that's how I like I said, that's how they're gonna win a lot of the times.
No, it absolutely is. But I also think
And they
there's
were wide open looks.
I think there are some times where you just need a basket. Maybe let's try.
Understandable.
Of course, if Domas is down low and he can't get a shot to drop and he's getting fouled 7 times and not getting called, that's going to make things difficult.
One of those rare off nights for Domas last night.
Domas and De'Aaron went to the foul line a combined 8 times.
Well, that was crazy because it was a physical game.
That's insane.
But those things happen. Look, I will say this: those things happen. Kings just went to the line 37 times against Phoenix.
Yeah.
It happens.
Will Z joins us. He'll break down. We'll talk about last night's game, of course, and then we'll break down tonight's Boston game by the numbers when Will Z joins us next. The Statty Batty here on Dillon and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, man.
Let me see what this taco tastes like.
Taco
taco.
Tuesday.
I'm not really a big chicken taco guy.
The pizza was pretty good.
Was it? It had like a giant meatball on it. Is that what it was?
I didn't get that pizza.
Oh.
I got the good pizza.
This is good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good stuff.
Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Curtis says, where you guys go for a good taco? Curtis, I go to my kitchen. That's where I go.
Michigan Wolverine, yes, sir. Plant Benavidez. I was talking about on the 13th round yesterday. Big time.
Oh, that picture's in our email.
Oh, joy.
Yeah. Delete it. Delete it just in case. Oh, Coach Molly says Fieldhouse has amazing tacos.
Really?
I know Coach Molly gonna be out there with us. I know Coach Molly's coming through on the fish. He's got to. Fieldhouse, baby. Club best taco is
John
at
Pools, that's
Clubhouse.
crazy. Lisa Silva, I didn't. He entered the transfer protocol.
Huh?
Coach Patrick might need to holler at him.
Yeah. What's up, Wood?
Hey.
Will Z, what's up, man? I love your header picture on Twitter.
I love that one. It was nice. Whoever got that one, I don't know if it was a screenshot from YouTube or someone took it, but it's just a nice backdrop. Good reminder of a great event and a good time.
Oh, that is a great picture. That's tremendous. Are you giving a thumbs up? That's awesome.
So, yeah.
That's awesome. I love it.
Can you guys hear me all right? My AirPod case is dead.
Oh,
Coming through.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, cool.
We got Statty Batty merch coming to DLoandKC.com here pretty soon.
It's happening.
I'm gonna try to work on it tonight, but yeah, Statty Batty merch on the way.
Oh man,
Love it.
These fries are good.
you guys were a crack up. That was hilarious.
What's that?
Oh,
Man, we was just over here trying to do a show.
Yeah.
I got those Barnes clutch time numbers for you.
Oh, great. We'll start with those. We'll start with those. All right. Y'all are funny in the chat house. I was just checking the Twitter messages.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, Jordan went Jordy on you. The statty daddy. Oh man. Hannah doing good?
She is, yeah.
Weekend? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for checking in.
Statty baby on the way.
It's getting so close.
Hang on, Will. Live on the Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. It's Dillon with KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino, the Statty Batty. Will Z, the ESPN 1320 statistician here with us. He previews each game by the numbers over at ESPN1320.com. Before we dive into tonight's game, let's talk a little bit about last night's, but let's start with Harrison Barnes. I asked if you would be able to find Harrison's clutch, his point total in the clutch. What were we able to come up with?
Yeah, so Barnes, I mean, it's not great. He has 37 clutch points this year. It's the shooting splits, 33% from the field, 11% from three, which is 1 of 9. And I mean, 83% from the free throw line, 20 of 24. So you can't be mad at that.
No.
I think he just doesn't get many attempts. I mean, the Kings have had a lot of clutch minutes. Barnes has played 149 clutch minutes, 9 attempts over that long of a period. It just isn't much. So it just feels like that's not really his role for this team. So I'm not going to be mad at him. I did look. The 1-3 he made was against Memphis on October 27th.
Oh,
no. Okay.
Okay.
For whatever that means.
Well, Harrison, you're due.
Sorry,
let's
I
turn
asked.
up. Let's turn up from starting now, Harrison. Let's turn up starting now.
Yeah.
Those
I'm
two.
sorry, I asked.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's what's going to happen when you have the probable winner of the clutch time award. Like, Fox is doing enough to carry the team in those clutch situations. But I mean, when it comes to playoffs, teams are probably going to throw double teams at Fox, and it will take some of the other players to step up and hit those key shots. But I'm not nervous about Barnes in those situations.
I was just about to say I'm with you. If Harrison Barnes has the ball in his hands late in tonight's game in a clutch moment, I'm perfectly okay with that.
Agreed.
I assume it's because the ball has been taken out of De'Aaron's hands, and it can't get to Domas. Like, if Harrison has the ball, the Kings are just fine. The threes didn't drop last night. That's all right.
Yep.
If my calculations are correct, in the last 2 games, 41 threes for the Sacramento Kings.
Goodness gracious.
And they had 2 different results, and they looked 2 different ways, right?
Mm-hmm.
But where do you come on the Kings and shooting a 3? And obviously, when you're shooting a lot of threes, some of them aren't the same, right? Like the Saturday's game and yesterday's game, shooting a lot of threes were 2 different type of games. You said they felt forced yesterday. They felt like they were in a rhythm on Saturday. You know what I'm always looking for. I felt like a lot of them were wide open last night, and they were bricking them. They might have been pressed, a little too pressed to take a 3, but I also thought they were getting good looks and didn't knock them down.
And they definitely were. They had, I put this tweet out earlier, 30 wide open threes last night, which is just an astounding number. For reference, the Pacers lead the league with 22 per game. They made 13 of those 30, which is great, for 43%. They just didn't hit on the open threes. And I mean, they only took 4 tightly contested shots. So for me, they shot 52 threes last night, which is a season high. And they made them at a decent clip. Yes, they made 19, which is a great number of made threes, but 36% isn't amazing. It's about average, maybe a little above average. I'd have to double check, but it just seemed like they couldn't get anything going inside last night. I think they were 10 of 20 in the restricted area, which is 50%. That's a super low number, especially for the Kings being a league leader in that area. It just seems like the zone kind of broke them down.
Yeah.
Well, and real quick, I just also want to say, I mean, a lot of this is just it's an anomaly, right? It really is. This isn't. They even if the zone was really effective and doing stuff, what happened? What actually happened is like that's an anomaly. From the 7:30 mark in the first quarter to I want to make sure I have this right. To the is this right? I want to make sure to the 9:07 mark in the second quarter, they scored 4 points.
Oh man,
That's right.
I mean, that's
sounds
come
like
on, that's never going to happen. I don't care how the zone defense can be effective. It's not going to hold them to 4 points for what is that, like 10, 11 minutes?
Yeah. And it's one of those things where the Kings, if they get 30 wide open threes on any given night, they're probably going to win that game. They have so many good shooters. It's not like the Jazz were forcing bad 3-point shooters to shoot threes, which is what we saw last year. The Kings, their wide open shots were from players that you probably don't want taking those. But the last night was a different story. And if you were to do that and kind of repeat it over a longer stretch of games, again, the Kings probably aren't losing when they shoot 30 wide open threes.
Let's talk about tonight, Will. What's the biggest challenge for the Sacramento Kings tonight?
I think it'll be guarding the 3-point line. The Celtics love to shoot threes, speaking of. They take the second most in the league. Only the Warriors shoot more. And it's not everyone starts the Celtics conversation with Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, rightfully so. But they have so many good shooters around them. They're kind of like the Kings where all of their role players can really shoot. Al Horford is just... his late stage career has been so impressive. He's shooting 45.7% from three on 5 attempts per game. It's a career high in percentage, not counting seasons where he shot super low volume, like 0.2 a game. And you have Brogdon coming in from the bench shooting 45.7 as well. Throw in Sam Hausers, 41.5, Grant Williams, 40.6. They can just shoot from three with the best of them, and it'll be important for the Kings to kind of keep that in mind and try and guard that 3-point line.
Yeah, I mean that's something that you always got to watch out with the Kings. The other thing about going up against the Celtics team is they're going to defend more times than not. Like, yeah, at least that's what you're expecting.
Yep.
So you're got a team that's putting up the threes as much as you do on a typical base on a normal basis, but they're not necessarily looking to get up and down with you. They'll get in a stance and they'll defend with you. I thought that first game, it was an uphill battle a lot of the times, and the Kings, it was one of those things that happened a lot in the early stages of the season. They were playing well with them, but there was like a 5-minute spurt where Boston just went crazy, and it took the lead. I think the Kings were up 5, and then at the end of that quarter, they ended up being down by like 20 or something like that in the final 2 or 3 minutes. It was something crazy, and they got to find a way to avoid those to a certain degree. We just talked about one of them they had yesterday, right, where they only scored 4 points for about 12 minutes. Don't do that. Don't do that. And I think you're fine. And usually we don't see those things.
So going that long without scoring is a bad strategy.
I mean, typically there are times when it's a good strategy.
Yeah.
I don't know
what are those times.
But yeah, there are times when you can get away with scoring 4 points basically in a quarter.
I would like to see some of those games and see maybe if you're not trying to win, but
there you go.
Colorado scored 7 in a quarter and managed to win. So there's that.
I came to that game just in the nick of time. Well, maybe it's not the nick of time. I said, what's going on here?
Not good. Not good. That's all we're going to talk about that. I'll say one more thing about that game, and then I never want to talk about it again. Kara Lawson is the best defensive coach in the country. Like, her defense is that the Celeste Taylor's stat line last night was absurd.
Oh my gosh.
She had like 9 points, 8 rebounds, 8 assists, and 9 steals.
She's the real deal.
Like,
is she a senior?
She's legit. Yeah, I think she's a transfer too. Offensively, ain't worth a damn. But she is the best defensive coach in the country. And that was on exhibit last night, where she had a team that could not hit a shot to save their life, and they nearly They nearly beat
She gonna
Colorado.
get some shooters in there.
Yeah,
No
no
worries.
doubt.
She gonna take care of it.
No doubt. Speaking of shooters, Will Z, Keegan Murray has suddenly turned into a volume shooter. Like he is getting his shots up. What do the numbers say about Keegan Murray and his play recently?
Man, I mean, just looking at the last two games alone, he's made 11 threes on 45.8% shooting. You guys were saying it right before I joined. The fact that he's going to break the rookie record for made threes and it's not being talked about more, I can't wrap my head around that. I don't know if it's because it's the Kings. I don't know if it's because they have so many storylines like we've talked about before. But what he's doing in a 3-point league as a rookie, and it's not being covered with more fervor, it feels like he's being slept on a little, and that's all right. You can sleep on the Kings and some of what they're doing. We're used to it, but I love the volume. He doesn't take bad shots, again, like much of this team. So if he wants to take 12 threes in a game, take 12 threes in a game. Odds are they're not going to be contested. They're not going to be like bad shots outside of the offense. He does everything within the offensive flow. And if that's taking 12 of them, go for it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, and it seems a little weird sometimes because we got on Buddy Hield for it so much about Keegan has 10 field goal attempts, 9 of them are threes or something like that. But I mean, those shots are in the flow of the offense pretty much all the time.
It's also not a season-long thing.
It's not a season-long thing, but they're also wide open. Like that's his role. You know, when we talked about it with Buddy Hield, yeah, you were a shooter, but you're the shooting guard. Like, we need you to get to the line. We need you to attack the basket to help things open up. If somebody is like crashing out on you and everybody is just not closing out at all in a disciplined fashion because they know you're not going to drive to the basket, get to the cup a couple times. It's not really the case with Keegan. Keegan shoots wide open threes. They're within the flow of the offense. That's his role on this team, to stretch the floor. So I don't have much of an issue with it at all.
And he does such a good job too, and I think this is where he'll get better throughout his career, of playing off of the 3-point line. Teams know they're going to cover him more. Some teams do it more than others and try and take away that shot. We've seen it from Sabonis hit him with that backdoor cut a few times and go in for a layup. It feels like that's the next evolution to Keegan, is working off of the 3-point line. And it just shows still how much not only he has to grow, but the Kings offense legit could keep getting better even this year as players like him continue to add to their game.
How you feel about tonight's game?
I don't know. I'm nervous, but excited. Boston scares me. I know they're on a bit of a skid. I mean, even them being not great is still good.
Yeah.
They just have so much talent that
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if they scored 140 or held the Kings to under 100 points. But also, I wouldn't be surprised if the Kings scored 140 and still beat them. Like, it's a fun game.
One of the things that we've got to get to, and maybe I don't think anybody does. I'm about to say maybe we're too close to it, so we can't do it. But I don't think the national media is doing it as well, or people who look on the outside. Is if, say, for instance, Boston played in Utah last night and shot the way they shot, and it was the Kings that were waiting on Boston to come in here, we'd probably be on here and be like, well, Boston ain't going to do that again. So, they got it out of their system. I wish it would have happened against us because I expect them to be locked in and they ain't going to do that again. And nobody's saying that about the Kings.
Yeah.
And I don't think the Kings are doing that again. I don't think they're going to go 12 minutes.
First half.
Yeah, they're not going 12 minutes scoring 4 points. I think the 3-point shooting will be more efficient this time. They may not put up 52, but they might still find a way to hit 19. I think they're going to come out shooting better. I think Sabonis is going to play better. I think a lot of these guys are going to play better out there. And once again, it's the same thing. If Boston had played a bad game, everybody would be looking out for what they were able to do tonight. I think that's what we should be doing with the Kings.
I'm trying to find it looks like this might be it. The last time the Kings were under 120 for consecutive games. So, like, basically back-to-back bad offensive games. And February 5th and 3rd, they had 104 in back-to-back losses. That's also the last time they lost 2 consecutive games. Wow. So they just don't have, like you were saying, Kenny, they don't have performances like this on back-to-back games very often.
I love that we score 120. You know, a bad offensive night, 120 points per game would still lead the NBA in scoring.
That's the funny thing about last night's game. It's just so weird. Like, they scored 120, and everyone feels like everyone thought they played bad.
I keep talking. I keep harping on this 4 points in 12 minutes. Yeah. They still found a way to get 120.
Yeah, which is just a shade below their average, and still, even at 120, is the league leader by nearly 2 points.
Mm-hmm. If they would have hit 14 in 12 minutes, which isn't good, they would have had 130.
Yeah. Goodness gracious. Great stuff as always, Will. We appreciate you, my friend. We got a little break coming up. We won't see you until Friday when we talk Phoenix Suns basketball. But we appreciate you, man. Thanks as always.
Appreciate it, guys. Talk to you then.
Will Z.
All right. That's our buddy Will Z right there. The Statty Batty, you can check out his work over at ESPN1320.com in that same place.
Nice website, by the way.
ESPN1320.com. It is. It's a very good website. You can go there right now, as a matter of fact, and register to be a part of the Dillon Brooks watch party at Fieldhouse American Sports Pub coming up on April 5th when we watch the Kings take on Dallas. Register for the event at ESPN1320.com. Remember, registering for the event is just like RSVP. It just gives us an idea of how many people are going to be there. We would love to see you. If you were out at Sky River Casino last Friday, we'd love to see you again. If you couldn't make it to Sky River Casino because you were working, no problem. This is a 5:30 start. We'll be there at 5. We'll hang out through the game. We'll hang out long after the game, talking Kings basketball, having some fun. Again, April 5th, the Dillon Brooks watch party at Fieldhouse American Sports Pub. You are listening to Dillon Brooks on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. The Sacramento Kings take on the Boston Celtics tonight at the Golden One Center. I had mentioned this a few moments ago. I don't think 2 is starting to feel like a stretch for me. Obviously, Memphis got the win last night. I see that Taylor Jenkins expects Ja Morant to play tomorrow. Again, I'm not going to put like a ton of stock into that. Like, obviously, Ja is tremendous. They were struggling before Ja went out. If they told me Steven Adams was coming back, I'd be a lot more nervous. But when I look at who Memphis has coming up, I'm not overly concerned. And it was a bad night all around for the Kings. Like, the Warriors are back in the 6. Pretty much everyone won. Like, Julius Randle went for 50.
Jeez.
And the Knicks lost, and the Timberwolves, got a win. So a lot of the teams around Sacramento got wins last night, including Utah. Yeah. Utah's not necessarily. Yeah, Utah. Right. Exactly. Utah is not necessarily around Sacramento, and there aren't really any teams that are around Sacramento except Memphis. There was a lot of movement in the conference last night, like the Warriors got their 8th win on the road.
They're on fire on the road.
You can't stop them. You can only hope to contain them. And that's got them. I think now they're in the 6th seed. Yeah, and Dallas is in the 7th.
I think the Kings are going to end up playing the Warriors. Damn it. We already saw the remnants of it over the weekend. When I had something to say about Clay, Bonte said what he said. Then on your IG post, Bonte said what. It's just those are my friends.
Oh, so did I catch strays from Bonte? Was Bonte really mad at you, and then he came at me about the Kings?
Maybe.
Oh, okay. Because I thought that remark was weird. I thought that was weird.
Combine that with the fact that people vandalize his car.
Well,
and light the beam notes.
Well, that's not our.
It's called.
We didn't condone that. We didn't
We do
encourage it.
not condone.
We
that.
may have laughed at it, but we didn't condone it. I posted some behind the scenes pictures of what Kenny and myself and our girl Rachel were doing over the weekend. And Bonte hits me with the, oh, that's what we on now? I said, yeah, man, wait till you see what we did today. Now, mind you, I posted a video of Kenny in a suit, Rachel with the camera, the backdrop. And for some reason, Bonte responded, you dudes break a 16-year drought and lose it. I'm like, wait a minute. What's that got to do with anything? Now I see. I caught a stray. He was mad at Kenny. I caught a stray for it. It's
And all I
right,
said was
Bonte.
Clay doing that 4 championship
All
thing
right,
was
Bonte.
corny.
That was corny.
Yeah. So, and then they hit me with, was it corny when Kobe did it?
No, because Kobe was the first to do it, so it was fine.
Right. And then also, let's not forget, Clay ain't Kobe.
Clay is not Kobe.
So there's that. But yeah, I don't want that. I don't want that in the first round.
Oh no, Bonte can catch the smoke. Kyle Madsen, he can catch the smoke. It's not a
mean,
problem.
What you think?
It's
What
not
you
a
think I'm
problem.
gonna do? You think I'm not gonna give the smoke? Of course I am. I don't want to. Those are my guys.
The only down.
I don't want to do it, and I know what I'm gonna do. Like I told Kyle on Friday, the second the Kings win by 20 in Game 1, and Draymond puts up a 2-3-1 stat line, I'm tweeting it out.
Well,
when the moment the Kings beat the Warriors by 20, 134, 114, I'm talking about this transcendent defensive player.
So all
Then he say he invented the offense that gives up 130 a night on the road. I'm talking about it. I don't want to do that, but I know I'm going to.
I disagree. I think you do want to.
No, I don't want to do that. Those are my people. I don't want to do that.
You know, they can all get the smoke, first of all. 2, the only reason I don't want that to happen is because it's the only series that when this show ends at 4:00, we'll probably have to get on the road and drive to San Francisco.
We will. I mean, we're gonna have to be there, right?
Like, yeah,
we're
like
gonna have to be there.
we'll have to.
One of
We'll
them is
probably
gonna
be
be on
requested to be there.
One of them, at the very least, when you talk about the first 4, one of them is going to be on a weekend.
Okay.
So there's a Saturday or a Sunday. The crazy thing about that is one of those days is going to be one of the days of Soul Bloom. I'm going to miss Soul Bloom. But yeah, one of them's going to be on the weekend. The other's probably going to be like a Tuesday.
I don't know. Tuesdays are pretty lit at this point. We might have to do our
Tuesdays
show
are
in
pretty
San
lit.
Francisco to make life.
That's what we'll have to do.
That'll make
That
life
will
a
be the
little
move.
easier on us.
Yeah.
Not that it'll be easy. It'll suck, but I think that's what'll have to happen.
Move.
So that's what it looks like right
Bonte
now.
and Butch could do their show here.
The Sacramento Kings, maybe. We'll see. Monte's a smidge bit slick with me right now, but we'll see. I'm gonna need him to like and comment on a picture when I post it, and then I'll determine if Bonte can do his show here.
see what's going to happen if we play in the playoffs.
And we'll let
I don't want to play them in the playoffs.
We'll fade
These are
the
my
heat.
people.
We'll fade the heat though. We'll let Kimberly do it. Hey, Kimberly, this is what happened. They're going to contact you about using the studio. The answer is no. They can go to Fieldhouse. They can go to Twin Peaks. Can't go to Sky River. Those are our people. We'll dictate places
They
can
can't
go.
go to none of those people. They can't go to Twin Peaks.
Okay.
They can't go to Fieldhouse.
All right.
These are our people too.
Well,
We'll
they
send
can
them
broadcast outside.
We'll send them to Ricky's.
They can go to Ricky's, Sidelines, Avalon, 815 L Street.
Have them do it in Sidelines. And we got the perfect place for you guys, man.
Y'all can go do it there.
We got the perfect place. Where? Oh, no. It's right over here in El Paso Heights. That's where we're
Yeah, we'll see.
That's where we're sending you to do the show.
Yeah, that's where Bonte and Butch can do the show.
At this Little Caesars in Del Paso Heights, man. You guys can do the show live there.
$5 pizza. $5 pizza, Bonte. Here, lunch is on us. Oh God, that's gonna be a long 8-9 days if that series happens.
Ooh, it's at the very least it's a week because game 4 ain't till like Sunday or Saturday.
That was the game though last night. It's like, okay, Golden State's gonna get that one. It's against Houston.
Yeah.
So like what happens now though? Like they still got a couple more games on this road trip. They
got a big one tomorrow.
Is that Dallas?
Yeah.
And that will essentially be for temporary position of sixth place.
Mhm. Luka didn't play again last night, right?
I don't know. All I saw was the Kyrie Dillon Brooks
That was
exchange. I didn't get
hilarious.
to catch up on. I was really sour on basketball last night.
Yeah. I feel you.
After
I was
the
too.
2 games ended. We'll come back.
When we come back though, I want to
Yeah.
hear what you like the breakdown of the Memphis and why you think 2 is kind of fading away.
Yeah, I got you. We'll dive into that when we return here. It's Dillon and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I did text Zach Lowe this morning. I didn't get a response. Did you? Oh, whoops. No.
So the other day, I was at the game, and I saw one of the homies, and I was like, "Hey man, why you always playing, man? What you gonna pull up on us or what?" And he goes, "Y'all ESPN, right?" Bro, what are you talking about? I didn't even finish the conversation.
Bro, we
I
introduce
literally
ourselves
didn't
to you
even finish the
every
conversation.
time.
He literally.
I literally didn't finish the conversation. I said, "All right, man, I'm gonna get this popcorn."
You don't have to
why
big
that
time us.
dude
You
acts
know
brand new
us.
with us. I don't know why he does that. You guys should call Kenny Smith instead. No. Like I asked you, like
Can't do it. I'm on vacation. I'm watching you on the
like,
on
bro,
the TV
you're
right
literally
now.
on TV right now. Is there a such thing as like 50% numb? I think my right foot is numb. It's been
Did
numb
it
since
just start?
Friday. What does this mean? Is it over for your boy? Am I having a
Don't
stroke
Google
and I
it.
don't
Do
know
not
it?
get on the internet.
I'm not.
Yeah,
gonna
don't
Google
Google
that.
it.
Go see your doctor before you do anything.
I don't have a doctor.
Same as nigga on the internet. I gotta cut
I
it
gotta
up,
go to the
boys.
doctor.
Cut it off. The hat game is really strong here.
Was
The
that
ladies.
Fortune somebody?
That was Nikki.
Oh,
Nikki D.
yeah, Nikki D in the house.
Just throw some Vicks on your foot. You'll be good to go. It's that
Man.
feels everything.
Shit, so weird.
Oh.
Check your sugar. Sounds like, oh, I don't think it's that.
Don't ask the chatty house either. Matter of fact, don't look at anything they've got going on. They will lie to you. Wow, the food looks great in this picture.
Kimberly followed that up with an email. You guys can post this on your socials if you want to.
On my what? No, sir.
I'm sorry.
No, ma'am.
Here's the one glimpse you guys can have. That's it. That's it. Right?
When I was in LA, shout out to Jazzy 510. When I was in LA, we used to go to the Hooters in Long Beach every Sunday to watch the 49ers. I mean, sometimes she would go with me, sometimes she wouldn't, but shout out Joanne. She always looked out over there. S. LaRue, I forgot her name. But yeah, they used to always look out over there. Jazz would pull up on me every time. You know, we go to Hooters. Like I said, sometimes she wouldn't go. So, you know, I'd be there to watch the games, man.
I ate there once when the one here opened and thought it was
the Hooters here.
Yeah, I thought it was
Hooters
horrible.
Here
I thought it was horrendous.
It's whack.
I've never stepped foot in one again.
I haven't been to a lot. Well, I went to the one in downtown LA, but yeah, I only used to go to that one in Long Beach, and that one was really.
Did I tell you I was going to LA Friday? That's where I was.
No,
I gotta go to LA Friday.
Nice. Hopefully, it don't rain. No, it's not gonna rain.
It's 67.
You gonna be on the beach somewhere?
No, we have a dinner to attend, like at the Peterson.
Damn, that's not Hooters.
It's not Hooters. Yeah, Ramsey, this was KSFM days. This, like, I literally went when it first opened. It was down the
Yeah,
street.
that Hooters in the Thomas is whack. Twin Peaks is dope though.
Trista ain't been to a lot of Hooters. Trista's in here. Trista was cutting up on the pod this week. She was cutting up on the pod. I'm very frightened by this.
I'm not even. No.
Yeah, what's on the email, bro?
I don't know nothing about nothing.
You want to share with the class? She is not. She. I don't believe she is. At least I didn't see her this morning.
Oh, look who's in here early. What's up, Leezy?
Wow,
It's only
Leezy pulled up.
118, bro.
Leezy, see if you can get permission to come hang out with us on April 5th.
Defend yourself, Lazy. They've been cooking you. Defend yourself.
Oh man. Live on 1320 AM as well. Twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, YouTube.com/ESPN 1320. Wherever you are, we appreciate you being a part of Dillon and KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino. Trysta Krick, who's in the chatty house, is going to join us.
Shout out Trysta.
Top of the 2:00 hour. I can't recommend her podcast, Heat Check, enough. One, Trysta is one of the smartest people when it comes to basketball that you'll ever meet. Two, she's very funny. She presents the information in a very
she's
way.
really good. I talk about this all the time with like what we do and podcasts and stuff like that. Anybody can read a box score.
Mm-hmm.
Like you don't. It's not hard to see a game, see a box score, and tell the story what went down. Like anybody could do that. That's not hard. I'm not putting her in this. I'm not putting her in this category, but because I don't know if she would want to. But the Stephen A's, Kendrick Perkins, Trysta Kricks, they bring an entertainment value to the sports world that is needed. Right? I don't want to watch paint dry.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's what a box score can be. Paint dry.
Mm-hmm.
I need somebody to not only tell me what happened and not tell me why it happened, but make it entertaining.
Yeah.
And she's great at that. She's one of them ones at that.
Yeah, Trysta, if she's not already, will be a millionaire in this business. She might be already.
Let me hold $1, Trysta.
But she will be at some point if she's not.
Well, she'll be a millionaire when she writes her book.
That's facts. That is major facts. I can't wait for Trysta's appearance on the Breakfast Club. That's what I'm really hyped for, is Trysta's appearance on the Breakfast Club. I still haven't gotten the Dak Prescott story. I haven't called to get that one, though. I've got it on good authority. Trysta plans to be here for the playoffs.
I was just about to ask, like, is she still supposed to be coming? I mean, come on, pull up.
Trysta plans to be here for the playoffs.
Miss P said she was coming for the playoffs.
And I've demanded that Trysta be here for the event we're working on in August.
Oh, for sure.
So we've got
That's
some
Mando.
from and here's the fun part of all of this. If it is Warriors Clippers, because her plan is to go on the road for the whole series. I said Warriors Clippers, Warriors Kings. Yeah, we riding.
Let's go.
We just all riding together.
Let's
it
go.
might be D'Lo, Casey, and Trysta that week.
Yeah, let's go. Let's
we'll,
rock.
You asked me this before. You asked me this before the break. I had said to start the show, I'm starting to feel like Memphis is going to have a pretty good hold on that 2 seed. Obviously, they took the lead back last night. They took care of business when Sacramento couldn't, and that's good for them. But it was more looking at their schedule of what's ahead of them that I look at, Sacramento coming up. They've got Boston tonight. We know the schedule. They've got Phoenix coming up on Friday. They got Utah immediately after that on Saturday, and you got Minnesota. That's just the stretch of the next 4 games. Every single one of those teams is playing for something. Phoenix catching Sacramento isn't completely out of bounds. Don't think it's going to happen.
Mhm.
Wouldn't rank it as particularly likely, but it's not impossible,
Right.
right? All of those teams that we just named are playing for something. Boston's trying to get back on track. They're probably trying to get to the 2 seed. We mentioned Phoenix, Utah. Utah is very much in the play-in conversation. They may be trying to keep the Lakers out of this thing. And you got Minnesota jockeying for a position here, perhaps trying to get back into a 6 spot rather than 7, 8, 9, something along those lines. Memphis, they've got Houston twice in a row.
Mhm.
They've got Atlanta right after that. And then
they playing for something.
Well, absolutely. And then they've got Orlando.
Orlando's tough.
Orlando's tough,
Orlando plays hard,
but they've been eliminated.
but they play though.
But what's it going to look like in 8 days when they play?
They gonna play. I understand your
Okay.
point. Orlando gonna play. I
Point-
seen
my-
them against Phoenix and the Lakers in the last week.
Okay.
They gonna play.
And that's fine. But it doesn't change the fact that 3 of the next 4 games that Memphis has are against teams that have been eliminated.
So
2 of them against Houston. That's 2, and then the
Yeah.
one against Orlando. Atlanta obviously is in the conversation.
I'll counter your point a little bit,
Okay.
and I think it's about even. When I look at the schedule and I see games against teams that are done for Memphis, I see the 2 Houston ones. Even though I think Orlando's going to play, I'll put Orlando in there because they're done.
Okay.
And I see, and here's where it gets tricky.
So I stopped at 4. So whatever you've got here is a bonus. I was just looking at the next 4.
It gets tricky. I got Portland in there.
Okay.
So let's just say 4 games, and then you've got little murky situations, right? With at Milwaukee, right? Well, Milwaukee, I don't know if they're going to be playing for too much on the second to the last game of the season. So let's throw it at 5 games that the teams are done and out of it. They're not doing anything. The Kings, they've got 2 against Portland because I just counted Portland for them. I got to count it for the Kings. They've got a Denver game, last game of the season, who they won't be playing for nothing.
Well, okay.
I don't think they'll be playing for anything.
Okay.
I think
No, I
they'll be
agree.
safe.
I got you.
And then you look at, they got San Antonio. The Kings got San Antonio. So I think we counted 5 for Memphis of teams that aren't doing anything and aren't going to be playing for nothing. And there's 4 of those games for the Kings. They each got New Orleans, which whatever you want to, I don't know what you make of that. I don't know.
Well,
and
New
it's
Orleans
around the same time.
New Orleans
they
is
play each other the same week, I think.
New Orleans is playing for something. It's just how good are they?
So I didn't count
that's
New
all it
Orleans.
is. And I think that's the right call.
Right.
I think that's absolutely the right call. I don't know. Looking at schedules is always silly. Like it doesn't matter. However, but we're talking about team. The one that caught my attention is Memphis and the Clippers. That could be a defining moment for everybody involved. If you split
back to back, I guess
you split, right? It's like whatever. If Memphis sweeps, that's something for the Clippers. But if the Clippers sweep, that means a lot for Sacramento, and it probably, I don't think it means, I mean, it'll probably solidify the Clippers as the 5th seed.
Yeah, I think they're like, them and Phoenix are jockeying for 4 and 5. And
yeah, they still are. You're right.
Matters,
It's a half game. Yeah, you're right.
That matters in that potential series for home court.
Yep.
So I think both of those teams are going to be, getting after it.
Yeah.
Down the stretch. But yeah, I mean that 2-game set, Memphis and the Clippers, that has a lot of ramifications to a number of different teams. And I'm a believer in the Clippers. Clippers, quiet as kept, playing good basketball now.
Don't tell nobody.
Once again, when everything was blamed on Russell Westbrook when they first started, see, he's a loser, brings all this stuff. When they lost, they lose 5 in a row or 4 in a row?
I think they lost 4 in a row.
And it felt like they were by a combined 7 points
in
those games.
Yeah.
But now they didn't win 4 in a row, and now don't nobody got nothing to say. Clippers are
one of those games, by the way, was 175 to 176.
Yes.
Then they lost, I think, 2 nights later to Denver in overtime.
So that's going to be an interesting 2-game set right there. You know who else I was looking at?
No one writes the opposite, though, when the Clippers win.
No, absolutely not.
They just it's like they wait for the Clippers to lose so they could write their like Lakers people were still writing Russell Westbrook articles. It's like, man, you don't have enough to cover on your team? Go write about Jared Vanderbilt. What are you doing? Get your thirsty ass out of here.
Seriously.
Sam Amick brought it up to me. He was like, hey, I know how you feel about this. And I was like, Sam, that's not real. You know better. That's not real.
Don't nobody say nothing about it. Like you said, on the flip side, the Clippers, you can make the argument. The Clippers have been playing good basketball since they got Russell Westbrook. They didn't play bad against the Kings. They didn't play bad against Denver.
Yeah.
They didn't. They had a terrible stretch against the Warriors in that game in Golden State.
Did the Kings win those 2 games by 2 points? Did they win the second one by 1 point?
Yeah. So, the Clippers they haven't always won, but they're playing.
And they're just lingering right there at that 5 spot. Like that's a team as much as any other one, obviously, leaving Sacramento out of the equation. I'm anxious to see how they play in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm. I think the Clippers can go, man. I think they can go. I think they can go to the Western Conference Finals. I think they can win the West. You hadn't wavered on this from the start since they got Kevin Durant. I still pick the Clippers to go to the finals.
Yeah, since Phoenix got Kevin Durant, yeah.
After the Kings,
of course.
If those aliens come back like they were over the weekend, and take out the Kings and bring the Golden One Center into the sky. Like, because they got the beam and that was a signal or something like that. If that happens and the NBA keeps playing, I'll pick the Clippers.
I actually thought those were just your spaceships landing at the compound.
I have spaceships. You got a spaceship.
I thought those were yours. I was like, oh, look, Kenny's spaceships.
Who? And I don't know if this was the original person. I don't know. And I don't even know if she maybe screen grabbed it or what, or she saw it. You know who tweeted that footage out? Ashanti. Did you see that?
I did.
Ashanti was like, I did. Someone in Sacramento.
Someone tagged us in that, and I was so confused. I was like, how? Like, where is she? That was my first thought.
That was all I thought.
Is she on top of the Sawyer? Like,
I gotta go get some milk, honey.
Is she performing at Ricky's? Like, what is happening here? I need to be there.
Yeah. Apparently, she's shooting a movie out here. She was in Sacramento.
Word.
In Sacramento. She was shooting a movie in Midtown.
This is Deion Taylor? Do we need to get Deion Taylor on the phone? What is happening?
We do. I got to reach back out to Deion. He was like, yeah, I'll pull up on you guys.
Oh, that's what's up.
He was going, when I talked to him, he was going to London with Floyd. He's like, yeah, I'm going to London for the week, but when I get back, hit me up.
Yeah, that's what guys like Deion Taylor do.
But
Deion Taylor, by the way, was the first club promoter to put a microphone in my hand. Scared to death. I was so scared. He used to host these parties that he'd have us out at. And he was like, hey, I need an MC. Now, this wasn't in advance. He said, I need an MC. Handed me the microphone. So I was scared to death. That's when I started drinking. True story. That's when I started drinking. I was scared to death.
Yeah, man. Deion Taylor, he's doing a documentary on Floyd.
Okay.
That's why he's got a real good relationship with Floyd. But Ashanti was in Midtown on Friday night, I think that was. And everybody was like, wait, what? To hell with these aliens. You're here?
Yeah, okay, let's get to the real point in the story, and that's you being here.
I don't even know how we got there.
I don't know either.
Oh, no, because
your spaceships
landed.
The
Kings get taken away by aliens.
Yeah.
I'd pick the Clippers to go to the finals. But another thing I was going to talk about when you talk about schedules, have you like gandered at the Lakers schedule?
I'm sorry. Did you just say gandered?
Yeah, just kind of take a gander.
Nah. When did you start using that word?
I got a vocab.
Casey's changed.
Yeah, he's okay.
Me and
money's changed
Clyde
you, bro.
Frazier.
All right. Gandered over. No, I have not gandered over there. I'm sorry. Whose schedule did you say?
The Lakers.
I haven't looked at the Lakers.
Boy,
not in a while. Not in a while.
It's the easiest schedule in basketball, right? That's what they say.
I don't know. It changes every day.
But they got Phoenix, OKC.
Not easy. That's not easy either.
Chicago's
fighting.
Minnesota.
That's not easy.
Houston.
Okay.
Utah,
Well, we saw what they did.
Clippers,
That's not easy.
Phoenix,
That's not easy.
Utah.
I don't think that's easy. How is this easy?
I don't know. No Bron. They might not make it. I hope they don't.
Chicago's just quietly been beating teams.
Chicago tough. Chicago gonna play. And you know what's going on there. Pat Bev said when he went to Chicago, he went there to knock the Lakers out of the playoffs.
Yeah, he said that.
Hey, I'm gonna have to watch that game. Pat Bev gonna be on one. He is going to be crazy.
He's gonna get he's either gonna commit 7 turnovers in the first quarter or get thrown out. He's not gonna be. Is he going to cry if Chicago wins both of them? If they win in Chicago, will Patrick Beverley cry?
Absolutely. Well, they're trying to fend off. They got a little control. I would say fend off the Wizards in the play-in.
What's it look like with the? I just closed out of that stupid. What does it look like with the Lakers? I know the Jazz got half a game on them.
Mm-hmm.
The Lakers got half a game on New Orleans. And then you could move up like Oklahoma City in Minnesota. They're all kind of in the same region. Like the Lakers could finish 7th. They could finish 12th.
Myself,
I don't think they're going to finish any lower.
And the professor we're talking about last night, and he doesn't think the Lakers can get into that first play-in section. He said they'll probably be around 9-10.
That's
or excuse me, like in that first game where they could be, that would be in the 9-10 range. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that seems.
He doesn't
likely.
think they can get the 7th seed.
Yeah,
he said they'll probably be an 8 seed if they get in.
New Orleans, they've got an interesting couple of games ahead. They've got San Antonio and Charlotte, and then they're at the Clippers, at the Blazers, at the Warriors, at the Nuggets.
Damn, they never go home again.
Then they got the Clippers again. They got the Kings,
loss,
and the Grizzlies,
win.
Your New York Knicks, and then they end the season at Minnesota. That feels tough.
Yeah.
Knicks, Grizzlies, Kings, Clippers, Nuggets, Warriors in San Francisco, Clippers in Los Angeles. That feels tough.
Especially the way they're playing right now.
Yeah, that feels
you
tough.
Gonna kick out of it with that schedule?
I ultimately, the way I think this there's no way to predict this because not by looking at the schedules, but more so how erratic all these teams are. Dallas could miss the freaking playoffs. Like we're talking about Dallas, and I'm sorry. When I say that, I mean Dallas could miss everything.
Yep.
Like Dallas could be 11th.
Yeah.
They're not far from falling into 11th.
I hope they are.
One bad week, and who would you rather have make it, the Lakers or the Mavericks?
Probably the Mavericks because I don't like the Lakers more than I don't like the Mavericks. But I don't like neither one of them. I absolutely do not.
Can I present a scenario to you?
Hell, the Jazz can get in. I don't care.
Not entirely outrageous. 3 versus 6 matchup. Sacramento versus Oklahoma City. It's not far-fetched.
No.
It's there. And this will be a nice lead into Trysta, who talked a lot about the Oklahoma City Thunder on the latest edition of the Heat Check podcast. But what do you think of that matchup?
They're a tough little young team. I think the Kings would win in probably 5 or 6.
I think that team is loaded for next year. I know enjoy the ride. This is fun. I can't wait to see what some of these teams from a basketball perspective, including Sacramento, looks like next season. Oklahoma City is one of those teams I can't wait to see. Quiet as kept, sneaky intrigued by what Utah is going to do moving forward as well. Like they showed they have like a couple of really tough guys on their team last night.
Do you think
still not interested in New Orleans?
Do you think anybody not in the top 6 makes the top 6 next year?
Anyone not in the top 6 makes the top 6.
Obviously, no free agency, no draft yet, all this other stuff. This is super hypothetical.
Man,
The only team I think that could do it is the Lakers.
really?
That's it.
So I was looking at the Lakers and I was looking at the Thunder.
I don't think the Thunder can do it.
You don't think they could finish top
They're
6
they're
next
not
year?
there next year. I like what they're building. They're not there next year.
Okay, so maybe a follow-up question.
I mean, they're still under 500.
37
under
and
500.
36 is they're 35 and 36. The Warriors are the 6th spot. They're 37 and 36.
Mhm.
You think the bottom of the top 6 is going to be higher? Is going to have a higher win percentage? Yeah.
Yeah, like when you talk about 6, maybe 3 or 4 games, it's not going to be drastic. I
So
don't think.
Golden State hypothetically at this exact time next year is at 40 wins.
Yeah,
or
everybody,
six seed is at 40 wins.
everybody in the top 6 has 40 wins at this point next year.
Can Oklahoma
40
City or
40
Los
or more.
Angeles do that? Part of me is starting to wonder if something's always going to be wrong with LA.
Well,
This incarnation
Yeah.
of the Los Angeles
I
Lakers.
don't think this is a winning group, like championship group. It's just not.
Okay.
It's a better team. Like it's better than when they were before, but I don't think this is a championship group. I cannot.
I don't think
imagine
they
that.
are. I don't think
can't
they're a
imagine this
championship group.
team winning 16 playoff games.
If you force me to put your money on a team,
Damn, always my money.
I think it would be the Thunder over the Lakers.
Mm.
Maybe I shouldn't listen to Trysta before the show. She got me. I mean, you could see it. It's there.
Mhm.
And I see the Kings is better than Oklahoma City right now.
Mhm.
What can they do this offseason? How much growth can there be this offseason? Is this lightning in a bottle for Oklahoma City and maybe it's not real? I don't think that's true. But could they be, in this scenario, 5 games better? And the other question is, who falls out? It ain't us.
It ain't gonna be Kings. I think it might be Memphis.
Is it Golden State?
Well, that's why I don't think anybody can make it. Right? I said the Lakers have the chance, but I don't.
You
I
really don't
think-
see any of these top 6 teams falling out of the top 6?
first team I would pick would
Yeah.
be the Memphis Grizzlies. That'd be the first team I would pick. I think the Warriors, if Steph
think
can stay healthy all year, I think they're a top 6 team.
Assuming they're going to handle their offseason properly
Mm-hmm.
because they've got a lot to fix.
They do.
Let's have some fun. Mitch is here.
Oh, let's go.
916-909-1320. Hello, Mitch.
How we doing, guys? Let me pull over on the
Please
so I
do.
don't compile any stupidity. Nah, I got another year. I think I'll be out. I've been going for this driving record. Safe driving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
20 years to get a plasma TV. I remember people getting that like 10, 15 years ago. Now it's my turn, and there's no plasma TV. It's not part of the awards.
Well,
Maybe
what
it's
is
just too
it?
expensive. It was a plasma TV. Can you believe that?
What do you mean it's
Are
not part of
those-
anything? What is it now?
I see a blender. I see a Bluetooth thing. Stuff, I don't want. I want to give it to my daughter. And I was just telling Jess, I could have used two guys at this delivery over here. Some muscle.
Uh-huh.
I went 3 times. The second time, the garage door was open. The third time, I see a car, a small car with the windows down. I go there. It's just a screen door. If this door wasn't a chicken, you know what? He could have just come charging right through that screen door, and I have myself another problem.
Oh, jeez. Be careful.
And then I
with these
pull over.
dogs, man.
I see I see a black car. It must have been in the other garage. I didn't even notice it. I just noticed. I was just saying hello, FedEx here. I see this SUV coming out. I see this. She's a beautiful brunette. I think she's a hot Italian. She just kept driving. She came out of the house. She just gave me the evil eyes, like, you're going to have to try tomorrow. Maybe 4 times the luck. But anyway, I cannot believe it. Now I got to lug this thing back. That's only like 15 pounds. Look at the big picture frame. It's fragile. It says, yeah, fragile. I'll drop it a few times just for her.
No,
Just have me go there 3
don't
times.
drop
Just give me
it.
this dirty
No.
look. If I was 6'5", and I'm saying she would have stopped on a dime. But anyway, the Kings got to get to the defense. But I think they have a better chance getting to the 1 than the Lakers getting in the top 6, maybe even the top 10. It's funny. It's
Just
gonna be great
seamlessly
now
into the
having
Kings,
Lakers.
huh, Mitch? just seamlessly back into the Kings. I love it. I love it. Shout out Mitch. Mitch loved the ladies.
Oh, Mitch.
That's why he's the
Mitch-
GOAT, dude. That's why he's the
Mitch love
GOAT.
the ladies. Yeah. Mitch love the ladies. I don't know what to do, so I'll just say Trysta Krick will join us when we return here on
Mitch,
Dillon
come to one of
KC.
these live shows, man. Come on. Come out to Cali.
I'll chip in for a Mitch plane ticket to get him out here. It's Dillon KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Trysta Krick joins us when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Oh, that was spectacular.
Mitch said, "Man, if I was 6'5", she'd be all over me." Anyway, the Kings need to play better defense, and
I'm gonna get up because we're gonna roll.
yeah, you're good.
Bro, before I put him on hold, he was telling me the story about his dog, about the dogs for like 5 minutes. I was on the phone with Mitch for like 5 minutes hearing about his dogs.
If I was 6'5", she would have stopped on a dime.
Dude's a legend.
Oh man, Mitch is that dude, man.
It was funny at the live show. People were asking, like, "Oh, how did you guys find Mitch? How did you guys find Mitch?" I was like, "Nah, Mitch found us."
He found us, man. That's what I'm gonna ask him next time, man. How did that happen? How did that happen, Mitch? Nah, Brad. Mitch is in New Jersey, sir. Oh man, that's a good idea, Mikey. Excuse me. Keeping score with Leezy. Big shout out to him. His NBA short clips are popping. I'm gonna have to find you on. This is on YouTube, huh, Leezy? Leezy on his burner because it's before 2:00. He's on his burner. I'm gonna have to find it. Send me a link or something, man. Something. Let me know. I guess I could search it right now. Let's see. Is that the name of it? Keeping score with Leezy? Is that what it is? His shorts. I don't like YouTube shorts, man. I don't like them. There he is. I'm following. Hold on, man. Here we go. Let me see what Leezy got to say about Ja. Come on. Hold on, y'all. It's not playing for me. Let me get off of Wi-Fi, see if that helps. No, it's not playing. This is all it's giving me. I'm trying to listen. There we go.
Because today I'm going to be judge, jury, and prosecutor. Let me put on my spectacles. We're going to be talking about Ja Morant. Ja Morant has been suspended for 8 games, and I got to be honest, I feel like this is really lenient, considering all of the cases and the things against him right now.
If you want more, go to Keeping Score with Leezy. If you want more, go to Keeping Score with Leezy. I see you, Leezy. I see you working out here, big dog. Hold on, I found it. Let me subscribe. Oh yeah, I'm subscribed. I already pressed subscribe. I'm gonna subscribe to my man Leezy out here making that content creator. Yeah. He got the video with the effects, all that other stuff, man. I see you. Seriously, I see you working, Leezy. I see you, big dog. Gilbert, all you need to do, Keeping Score with Leezy. Type that in on YouTube.
Keeping score with Leezy.
Yeah. He's on his burner.
Trysta Krick, host of the Heat Check podcast, and our family going to join us here at the top of the 2:00 hour. We'll talk more NBA with her, more wild college. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say there's more wild college basketball action last night. We're not gonna talk about all of it because I just ain't gonna talk about it no more.
The women's tournament is as advertised, just like I thought. Just like I thought.
I think I'm done.
No, it can't be.
I don't
done.
I don't think I want to watch anymore.
I mean, I understand, but Don's still there.
Okay. I've seen Don win.
AZ's back.
My favorite Don Staley memory is the first time I got to watch her coach a practice at South Carolina. She had just gotten one of the biggest recruits she had ever had. I think it was Kelsey Bone. Was that her name? Was it Kelsey Bone? And they were not listening. And Don went full Cuba Gooding Jr., Boys in the Hood. She started throwing haymakers at the air. She was just punching the air. She was so agitated with her team. And they were not good that year. So to see what she has become, seeing like just how clearly South Carolina is above everyone else in the women's tournament is wild. And that's growth. That's patience. That's watching a program develop. And Dawn has done a hell of a job.
They got UCLA next. I like Dawn. That's my girl. So I got love for South Carolina. Plus, I got my people out there in Columbia. Shout out to all my people, the Tolliver Harringtons out there in Columbia. So it's love there. But you know who one of my look, Coach K. Coach K, that's number one for me. I'm just saying. Coach K, number one. All right. But you know who I kind of fell in love with a little bit? I love that Virginia Tech team. I like that Virginia Tech team. Them girls can hoop. The little lefty with the long curly hair, she got she can hoop.
Virginia Tech in the ACC, huh?
I mean, I'm just saying.
That's what we're doing. No, that's what we're doing.
I mean,
that's what we're doing.
Like UNC too.
Yo, I really like that Rams team. Let me tell you, I'm a big fan of those Seahawks guys. No, that's fine.
I don't like Notre Dame.
No, that's fine. Did they get eliminated too?
No, they're still alive.
Oh, they were clawing. This is why I shouldn't have laughed at South Carolina or North Carolina yesterday. I knew it was going to be tough. I knew that Colorado game was going to be tough, but man, they went so damn long without scoring. Both teams got stuck at 39 for at least an hour.
Did you see? And this was kind of unfortunate. Did you see the young lady from Louisville in the handshake line?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
Yeah, that was unnecessary.
Yeah,
Texas.
a little bit.
Unnecessary.
A little bit. But yeah, you could just fill me in each day on what's going on in the tournament.
Damn, we missed that on. Oh, damn, I ain't even gonna say it. Because Sweet 16 would have been crazy. I might have carried that live here on ESPN 1320.
I need the transfer portal to open up, and I need some shooters. I'm like I think Coach K is like David Patrick. I need some makers. I got a team that can shoot the ball. I need a team that can make the basket.
Tell Coach K, don't worry. I'm working on Ryan right now. Right now.
Okay.
Don't worry. The cavalry's coming.
Mm-hmm. Ryan was smiling at me when I was holding her before I thought she was going to throw up all over me.
Yeah. Shout out Ryan. I think she's going to be left-handed. I hope she's going to be left-handed.
Why do you think what could you possibly tell? What function does she have that leads you to believe she might be?
Because she slaps everybody up with the left hand.
Well, there's that. Maybe she could be like that Tisha Campbell video that I sent you.
Tisha Campbell looking like Roy Jones.
She could be a boxer. Like that popped up on my timeline. I was like, hey, yo, what is this?
Tisha Campbell was a
hitting them mitts.
Man, that's my girl too. She can do no wrong.
Hitting the mitts is my favorite workout in the world. Like that is just that's a black, and it looks so pretty when you do it right.
Yeah.
Like Tisha looked like she could take somebody's head off.
Absolutely.
In that video.
The both tournaments have been really good.
I think so too.
They've been really good. I think you don't really have this issue in the women's game. This year in the men's game, this was the first time I really kind of got down on college basketball. And I felt like it finally, all the hits that it's taken, it's kind of finally affected. They don't have the stars. They don't have the stars, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And as great as Brandon Miller is, the story kind of helps. I don't want to say it but you get what I'm saying. Like if he didn't have that story, I don't think he'd be talked about nearly as much.
Oh, I got you.
And
like he's not recognized for how good he is.
Right.
So much attention was brought to him
and
because
he's
of that.
really good.
He really is.
But
Yeah.
but I that's part of his story right now.
Yeah.
Not just his game. So
Yeah.
they don't, because all the stars are either with the Ignite or overseas
So
or with overtime elite.
So I felt like this way. I felt this way for a little while, but let me ask you, do you think the other Coach K, Mike Krzyzewski, do you think his absence has an impact on it?
A little bit.
Like over the last few years, like Roy Williams is gone.
All these, because that's what college basketball was. A lot of it. It was the coaches.
Yeah.
It was the coaches and these legends that we're losing.
Right.
You know, we don't even have Jay Wright no more.
Yeah.
So college
who is the
basketball-
ultimate legend? Like Jay Wright with the bang. It's so
Just
great.
kept it
It's one of the all-time moments.
kept
right
it
there.
moving. But yeah, that plays into it. I mean, it's accumulation of hits, conference realignment, losing the stars, losing the coaches who were the stars in college basketball. For the first time, I felt college basketball kind of took a little bit of a hit this year as far as like drawing power.
So I had a conversation with someone that hit me to a couple of things. One, conference realignment, and two was
That's the
NILs.
worst.
But there's a reason it's happening, and it's the fault of the head of these conferences. There are conferences that have signed these long-term like deals, whereas sports media rights have just exploded. And I think we read yesterday, I don't think we talked about it on the show. I know we both read, like, the NBA is looking for like 75 billion in their next negotiation thing. We just saw, what went on with YouTube TV and Sunday Ticket in the NFL and all of that. Like there's going to be conferences that make roughly 40 to 60 million more than other conferences. That money goes to the school, and they go to the individual schools, excuse me. And what I've learned is, and I did not know this, and it goes back to something we talked with Coach David Patrick about on Friday at the live show at Sky River Casino, that there's two different types of NILs. It's like NIL still feels like it's a dirty secret, like you're not supposed to talk about it. And in some ways, you're not supposed to, because there are two definitively different NILs. There's a name, image, and likeness in which Twin Peaks can pay Jesse to tweet about them, and he gets $25,000 to tweet about Twin Peaks. And then there's the NIL that comes directly from the university.
Now that can't happen.
Well, I'll rephrase that. It doesn't come directly from the university. It comes from a trust at the university that actually it's clearly associated with the university, but it's not. So they can make the decision. You're allowed to do that. It's perfectly legal. There's a school. I don't know how much is public and how much is not. There's a school on the women's side pays $25,000 to every player on the team. And that's the women's basketball team. Men's basketball gets more. Football gets more. It's basically a salary that the school, it's everything we've asked for, right? It's a salary being paid out to an athlete. It's under the guise of an NIL. You don't have to do anything in return. You don't have to tweet about anything. It's not from a local business. It's not from Sky River Casino or Fieldhouse or none of that. It's from a trust in the university who uses it to attract players. Not everyone has that. Now the schools with the bigger media rights, guess what they're going to have? More money to play players. Yeah. And these conferences that have signed really long-term deals, they're going to be left in the cold because they're not going to be able to pay players what these other schools have. Yeah. Their trustees aren't going to be able to pay players what these other schools have. Yeah. It's all name, image, and likeness is just, it's like an umbrella of shadiness.
It's a gateway.
Yeah. It's like there's very legitimate stuff. Like there's agents, like we talked about the girl at US. I believe one of the top recruits in the country is making $2 million to go to USC. And it's perfectly legal.
name. I've had a bad day with names. Is it Caleb, the quarterback at SC? He's got to be getting.
Oh, I'm sure he is.
Like huge NIL.
Well, and that's the thing. Like, I'm guessing USC football in the next couple of years is back with a vengeance. Like back.
Yeah.
Because they're going to have the money to pay a lot. Like there's and I don't know how true this is. There's rumors the Manning kid, was it Arch?
Arch, yeah.
It's like 10 million.
Yeah. Caleb Williams, that's right. But yeah, and the cold part about it is like it's just it's ruined. I really miss the way it used to be. Not them not getting paid, but the money on a higher level, it just kind of ruined things. When you talk about like these conferences, USC, we talked about it last night with Jason. USC and UCLA leaving the Pac-12.
Yeah.
First of all, the fact that it's the Pac-12, Utah and Colorado have no business in there. But all right, you made it to Pac-12. But UCLA and USC leaving, that doesn't do any good for anybody.
No.
It'll really just do good for UCLA and USC's pockets, which is cool. But like I said, who cares about UCLA versus Purdue in football or basketball? Like, nobody cares. You can get somebody to get riled up about UCLA and Washington because of the tradition and the proximity and everything else like that. UCLA versus Illinois? Like, come on, man. It's that's the one right there that maybe the straw that broke the camel's back. At least for me, I'm on the West Coast and all this other stuff. But like when those two leave the Pac-12, I'm kind of turned off by college sports at that point.
You're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on Twitch, live on YouTube, and live with the host of the Heat Check podcast and our girl, and our girl Trysta Krick, and Bet MGM tonight. Our girl Trysta.
How you
Krick.
feeling?
What's up, TK?
I'm feeling good. I took last night. I know this isn't a betting spot. We don't actually talk about betting, but I actually took the Miami Lady Hurricanes last night.
That's not what they're called, but that's okay.
Go ahead. Lady Canes. Plus 750 to win outright against Indiana, which by the way, like, screw Indiana. Like, I don't care about the Hoosiers at all. And the Canes are so fun. I watched them on Saturday live. They were down like 16 points to OK State. I'm like, this team plays some defense now. And the bar was playing men's on one side, and like the next TVs to the right of them were women's, which was like super fun. And so I'm like, man, I think I'm going to ride with Miami through this whole thing. Like, I love South Carolina. They're my squad too. But I'm going to go ahead and sprinkle like $20-25 on Miami to win outright against Indiana. It came down to the wire, guys. It was so I'm feeling good. I'm on straight adrenaline still.
Are you gonna take them in the next round against
Villanova? They play Villanova, and I think I'm going to continue to ride it out. Yeah. I even looked at them to win it all, which is 125-1. That's great odds. They have this girl from Spain. She's 6'4". Really good. She's gonna be a problem for whoever tries to guard her. Maddie Segrist is this girl from Villanova. She's only 6'1". She's a bucket. She's actually the leading scorer in the country. Yeah. Puts up like 30, I think 29 a night. She's nice. Yeah, she's nice. So it's gonna be really, really fun.
I don't know, man. Damien might
Luke goes down. Sad for Damien.
Yeah, Damien might not want to hear this because my number one team was Duke, and they're out. Oh no, man! I think
they did not look good either.
I think I'm riding with Vitek, man.
Really?
Vitek versus South Carolina in the championship game, man.
All right.
I'm just saying, I like those guards.
No, it's fine. I keep receipts too. That's all right. That's all right.
Ole Miss is really fun too. Ole Miss is a fun team.
They have been.
Yeah,
they have been for a while.
Did I ever tell you guys I wanted to go to Rutgers when I was a kid? Because Rutgers women's was so good when I was
really good.
So you gonna play for Steve Vivian Stringer?
I was gonna be all rolled up at Rutgers.
Wow. Oh, that's yeah. That old Rutgers women's basketball team, boy. They overachieved like you wouldn't believe.
Enough to where I wasn't even messing with UConn like that. I was like, it's Rutgers for me.
It was definitely not. You stay. I mean, Baylor had UConn. They had them briefly.
Yeah.
They had them in the second half, but I mean,
well, let's be honest
UConn
too.
going to the Final Four. That's just nature.
That's just
they
the
ain't beat my girls
right?
about Tech though. It ain't happening.
You know, they've been like 14 years in a row.
I don't care. My girls about Tech gonna get them.
You're getting way too loose with that. I'm gonna need you to chill.
But also, you could tell if you watched the game that the referees they really wanted UConn to come back in that.
Oh yeah,
they really wanted it.
I think one gave a fist pump when a three. Yeah. Oh,
take it, AZ.
Yeah.
Let's go.
That's my girl, AZ Fudge.
She's bad. Yeah.
And if Paige was there, I'd probably feel a little different about UConn. Because Paige, that's my girl right there.
Let me ask you guys this. I was talking to somebody about it the other day. If Caitlin Clark was a senior right now and not a junior. No, she's a junior. She'll be back next year. No, junior. So if Caitlin Clark and Paige were both in the same draft class, who would go first overall?
Probably Paige.
Yeah.
You think so? Even with the injury history?
You get the UConn rub first.
I mean,
you get the UConn rub first.
You're bringing up a great point with the injury history.
Because she's been significantly injured now twice.
Yeah,
in 2 straight years.
Yeah.
And Caitlin Clark might be one of the best shooters on the planet Earth.
Yeah, she's insane.
And if you look at her from freshman year all the way to now, she's just been averaging 27 every single year.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say this, and this kind of goes away from your question. You have to factor in the injuries. But if there were no injuries for Paige, Paige is one of the coldest women players I've seen in a long time. Yeah. She is so.
Would you take her over Arike Ogunbowale?
Yes. Yeah.
That's tough for me.
I think that really.
That's tough.
I think I would do that easily.
No, Arike is a dog, though.
Oh no, she absolutely is.
I don't know. I have like a stylistic thing too. You know.
Yeah.
I think I like Sabrina more than I like Paige.
I do too. And this brings it all back together. Like, what I tell you, one of the first times I really watched Paige, I was like, kind of reminds me of Kyrie out there.
Yeah.
And I love watching Kyrie play basketball. So that's probably where my love for Paige comes as well. But like, she plays like that.
I think we're seeing a surge for women's basketball. Absolutely. The like seeding, the selection Sunday for women's, 1.5 million people watched that.
Mm-hmm.
Which is
a good show.
Crazy. Must have been a good show.
Yeah, I said no, it wasn't. I watched it and I was frustrated with all of them, except my girl Carolyn. That was a frustrating show.
Yeah, it's
women. The talent in the women's game is like sky high right now, and
Juju's on her way.
Yeah,
Juju is on her way.
Juju's the one they might change rules for. They'd be like, y'all can't get drafted till your 4th year, except her. She can get drafted now. Y'all can't. Like, she's gonna be on she's gonna have a gold medal before she's.
Zaya Cook is cold too.
Mm-hmm.
Zaya Cook is one of my favorites.
Is your lip okay? I feel like you're favoring it, and I just want you to know we can't see it at all.
It's better now. So the only reason you're even asking is because you listen to the podcast.
Of course.
So always. Did you tell Kenny or is it a surprise?
I didn't know. I
hear the story.
I was saving it for you.
All right. So you guys know I have a rescue dog, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
She loves me. I love her. We've been together since she was 6 months old. And the connection's deep. Mm-hmm. But for whatever reason, over the last 3 years, she's just gotten really, all of a sudden she'll just flash. And then she's not a dog anymore. She's a wild animal. And I'm not her owner anymore. I'm just an attacker, or I'm in her way or whatever. So we're playing on the bed. I'm about to make the bed. And she was totally fine. She's on her side. She's laying there. I'm petting her. And then I did this to her, the scruff of her neck, just to play. And she just, and then I backed up like this. And she came a second time.
Gosh.
And dug her tooth into my lip where the piece of skin was hanging. I had to figure out a way to get it off. I bled out for like an hour straight. And she was whining. She felt so bad. She was so ashamed. She's like shaking. She just felt so bad. She's been so nice ever since, too. Because I was like, oh, Emma, she's never done that before. So yeah, I've been super self-conscious because in all my like TikTok videos, everybody's like, what's on your lip? And I'm like, oh, everybody's going to think I have like a cold sore, AKA not a cold, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's one of my greatest fears on earth is like that. Something uncurable.
I've had 2 dogs in my life. I loved them. Shout out KC. Shout out Max.
Dog's name was KC.
Yeah.
You are wow, that's foul.
Well, no, I was like 11 and it was named after Kenny and Cheryl.
Okay.
KC came from. Loved my dogs, but that's one of the reasons why I don't want any animals. Like I don't. Like Jim Mora, we think we know, but we really don't know. You just never know. You never
like
know.
Sigmund and Freud. It's like you have a tiger, you've been raising this tiger for all this time, and now all of a sudden you're mauled. She's only 12 pounds, so how bad could it really be?
Yeah, but it's a tiger. Like it's just like I don't care. It's a tiger.
Yep.
Dogs are the best of the bunch. They are, but I don't know. You know, I'm nervous by nature. So,
which is like really off-brand.
Group from the 90s, by the way. Nervous by nature.
Nervous, but that's Kenny's rap group. If you ever have one.
Yep.
That's like very out of your character though, because if I was to say one of you guys were more like nervous or like high strung, I would be more thinking Damien would be high strung, and you, Kenny, would be like, "Oh, it's fine.
That's only when it comes to the show."
Yeah, no, I'm very cautious. I'm very, very cautious. I'm very cautious. I don't like roller coasters. I don't like heights. I don't drive fast. I don't. The other day I had to drive fast, and Damien was like, "What the hell?"
No, no. What did I say when I got out of the car?
I said, "That's how you drive."
That's what I said. I don't know what street we were driving down.
We were down.
I was like, Kenny, we on it. We parked, and I did like Will Smith in Bad Boys 2. That's how you drive. From now on, that's how you. The last
tactical Kenny.
It took us an hour to get where we were going.
I'm very cautious.
Kenny didn't break a single law on our way to Sky River the first time.
I don't mess with animals. Like, people like go on trips and they're like, "Oh, this was so great. I was in Montego Bay and we were swimming with the stingrays and I petted one." No. Did you see what they did to the what was his name? The animal guy?
The crocodile.
Oh yeah, Steve. What's his name? Yeah, Irwin. Steve Irwin.
Speared the mess out of him. Never again. I went to Marine World, and you could pet this. I ain't petting the stingrays. I'm not even in the water with them. They're sitting in a little tank. You can put your hand in there and feel them. Nope. No, because the one time I saw them do that to the crocodile hunter. No, I'm not. No, bro. No. So it's not that I don't like
tremendous show. I just want to say, like,
it's not that I don't like animals. I let them do them. I know that I don't really know you. I really don't. So do what you do.
Okay. Well,
just what a segue. I don't even know how we get out of it.
Those Thunder, huh?
Did you like I did a piece on how the Thunder got here. I don't think we give Sam Presti I know he gets a lot of credit.
Yeah, Trysta, yes, he gets
a lot of credit, but I don't think when you look at what he did in order to rebuild so fast as a San Antonio Spurs former video guy to turn into this boy wonder executive. And it's not just that he's rebuilt them, because he's rebuilt them in a way where it's like, for example, think about the Jalen Williams pick. This is one of the best stories of the draft, I think, last draft. Mm-hmm. So he has the 12th overall pick, right? He has the number 2 pick and he has the 12th pick. Mm-hmm. And he's getting nervous around pick 9 that someone's going to take Jalen Williams out of Santa Clara. He's saying, I think someone's going to snake us. So he trades to get the 11th pick and takes Ousmane Dieng. And the reason that he took Ousmane Dieng instead of Jalen Williams was because he was worried that, there's all kinds of situations where a trade falls apart. he didn't want Jalen Williams to go to whoever his trade partner was to basically tap into his intellectual property and something fall through. She's like, no matter what, I'm going to take Jalen Williams at 12 and I'll draft my next guy on the board at 11, which is just like 3D chess. So that part's really interesting to me. But more so, what I think is even more impressive, and I didn't mention this on the podcast, but it's worth mentioning, is he has built up all of this like social goodwill and capital within the league where because they have so much salary cap, they're willing to take on, these random players to make deals work. One, because they think that they can flip them for more picks, but also because it makes other teams more willing to deal with them moving forward in the future, right? They're known to be treating their players really well. So how different is that in comparison to, like, say, a Danny Ainge, which is known for being a deal maker as well, but his whole mindset is, how can I screw you? And it feels like Sam Presti's mindset is like, how can I get what I want, you get what you want, and me can continually build a contender along the way.
No, he's really good. He is really good at this.
I think he could be the best GM in the league.
This is the second time he's done this, right?
Yes.
He's done it on a couple of different occasions, man. So he's really good.
To turn Paul George into 4 first-round picks and Shea is like 8 first-round picks for Paul George.
No, he bodied that whole situation. Getting SGA in there, he bodied it.
And knowing he had the Clippers just dead to rights the second they came to him. Like, you need me to do this so bad that I can get anything I want from you.
And I'll say this, probably worked out for both teams.
Sure.
Like, the Clippers are a championship contender just like they want it to be. If Kawhi Leonard doesn't tear his ACL against Utah, maybe they win a title that year. If there is no pandemic, maybe they win a title that year. You never know. But they're in the conversation, and that's all you can ask for when you make that deal.
Well, and Kawhi didn't want to do it without Paul George. And you get Russell Westbrook, who wanted to play with Kawhi anyway. Finally happens multiple years later. So, yeah, I mean, I think what you're seeing is a Thunder team that's really ready to compete very soon. Yeah. Very, very soon. You look at the role players that they have, and they're all putting up numbers.
So here's the deal, Trysta. This is what I always say. I've been saying it since he's been stockpiling these picks. I'll say the same thing for Utah. If I'm every other GM in the league, I never make a deal with the Thunder or the Jazz. Never. Not for none of their picks. You're going to have to draft all 20 of those picks and figure out what you're doing with the roster. I would never, at this point, it's all cute when you accumulate them and you be like, yeah, I could just move these picks. No, I don't want your picks. Draft them all and figure out your roster at that point.
Well, and at that point, you have $55 million in cap space as well, right? Like, he's figured out a way.
You might have to cut Jalen Williams. You might have to cut.
But you also took on. Think about this: like, you took you took Al Horford, for example. You took Kemba Walker, for example, and you do that with those teams because you're doing them a solid, so that eventually, when you need something for them, they play ball with you. Because without Kemba Walker getting to the Thunder or Al Horford getting to the Thunder, those deals just simply don't happen, right? Like, you need that team that has that plethora of cap space to basically take your trash and hold it for you for a while.
OKC, Utah, brighter future.
OKC.
A lot brighter? Like, yes. Clearly? Okay.
I think clearly because of their guard play.
Sure.
Right? Because of the guard play. I don't necessarily think Colin Sexton and Jordan Clarkson, that I believe in them, to lead. And it's still, as much as you want wings, and they have them, and Lauri Markkanen's really freaking good. And I love Ochai Agbaji. I wanted Portland to get him. I think it would have been a little bit of a reach, but Ochai Agbaji was a steal in that draft for Cleveland to get him, right? They just have a lot. Walker Kessler as well, I think, is better potentially than maybe Rudy Gobert now in terms of what he can give you. Right? The second, I really like what both teams are doing. However, I think that OKC is longer. They're built to defend. They're more versatile. They have more picks. And I just think they're more well managed. I think Danny Ainge is not nearly as good as Sam Presti at his job. That's very clear.
Yeah.
Speaking of, you mentioned Rudy Gobert, Karl Anthony Towns upgraded to questionable for tomorrow night's game
Good
in
for
Atlanta.
Cat. Good for
I
Cat.
think they're playing around. I do. Kat has been saying, like, I'm not close to returning, and they're trying to kind of make it seem like I am. There's something fishy. Just keep this in mind. There's something.
Wait, he said that?
Yeah.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah, like maybe a month ago, he was like, they said it's a grade
Oh.
this. They said it's a grade this. It's really a grade this.
Oh, okay.
So I think they said it was like a grade 1, and it's actually a grade 2. And he was like, they say I'm supposed to be back in this timeline. I'm not going to be back in this timeline. And then like 2 days ago, they said Cat was indefinite to come back. And now they're saying, oh, maybe he's back Wednesday. There's something fishy going on with this. In my opinion, there's something weird there. Minnesota's so screwed. They're so screwed.
What?
Oh, yeah. They're cooked.
I saw you chiming in a little bit in the chatty house when I asked the question about like next year. Like once again, this is before free agency and the draft. Who knows what's going to happen? But if you had to, pick a team to get in the top 6 that isn't in there now, I asked Damian, and I said the Lakers or the Thunder are really the only ones that have a chance. I don't think anybody not in the top 6 makes the top 6 next year.
Think about this, though, how crazy it is that you're saying this as a Kings fan.
Yeah. That came out of nowhere. If you would have asked me last year, I would have said the same. Well,
because
it's the same thing, but I wouldn't have thought the Kings would be in the top 6.
Right. That's what I'm saying is that
it's
really, really hard for us to see something happening for in the future that isn't happening now. Right. Like to say if someone told you guys the Kings are going to be flirting with the 1 seed in the West with 15 games left to go, you would have said that's real cute. That's not true at all. Right? You would have said, okay, well, maybe 7 seed, 6 seed would be a really great story for us. But to be sitting at 3 for pretty much the entire season after, the Pelicans fell off a cliff shows you that a team really is closer than you think to being right there. And also on the flip side, teams are closer to being a disaster than you think as well. For example, I could see Denver falling off just like Utah did. Think about this. Utah was the 1 seed. Utah looked like the most prolific offense in NBA history. They had the defensive player of the year. They had one of the top shooting guards. I know we got to go. Do we got to go?
No.
I saw you look at the time. Sorry. So you had one of the most, I'm trying to be respectful. So you had one of the best shooting guards in the league. Why? Why would you be any different than you are today?
Yeah, what are we doing?
So, and then they all of a sudden sort of just disintegrated, like basically right before our very eyes. We have watched it melt down in real time, which is something that I think could happen very likely in this playoffs. And then you see the destruction where the coach ends up going. You have multiple players who either end up getting moved or they show themselves to be having some injury issues like Joe Ingles did. I think Michael Porter Jr., keep an eye on him. I don't think, I've heard some things from people in the medical community that he's like not able to fully move his ankle and feet, that he's got like orthopedic support in his shoes, not able to push off the same way. Like his health is something to monitor. Jamal Murray, his explosiveness off that ACL is something that I'm very concerned with as well. He's just been very touch and go offensively and defensively at the end of games. Of course, Jokic is that guy. He's a guy you want to keep around, but so is Donovan Mitchell. I'm not saying that they're going to like implode completely, but would I be shocked if something happens where Michael Malone gets fired, if they get bounced out of the first round, they play the Lakers and get bounced in 6? What happens? What do? Do they move players?
I hope they take that MVP trophy that they are allegedly going to give Nikola Jokic back.
Can you guys see like in your mind and your
I don't like Denver. I absolutely can see it.
I said Memphis if one team fell out. And really that's what we're talking about. Like one team falling out. Because Utah's the only one not in there from last year. Is that right? Or no, the Clippers weren't in there, but they
Mavs
didn't play with Kawhi all year.
Mavs as well.
Mavs. So there's a couple. There's actually a couple. I'll take that back.
Yeah, and there's more ebbing and flowing than you think, right? The Mavs look like they were going to be a contender for a while, and then you lose Jalen Brunson. You pick up Christian Wood. That looks awful. You're going to lose him and Kyrie most likely in the offseason. What do you have? No picks. You've got no defense, and you've got Luka. Maybe they move Luka at some point to a place that's, I don't know, maybe like OKC. I don't know. And now you've got a lot of changing pieces that turn a team into being like right there. Like Malik Monk was and Kevin Huerter were huge game changers for this Kings team. It's really hard to forecast that in the future and say, no, that's not possible.
Yeah, there's so much the Kings have to do this offseason too. Malik and Kevin Huerter are fine. Domas is fine. It's going to be a tense year for a lot of Kings fans just because of Domantas Sabonis' contract situation. But you've got Trey Lyles, who's been really beneficial for Sacramento. You got Harrison Barnes, who is finally a free agent. You got Terrence Davis, a guy who has stepped in and done a lot of key role players. Like we talk a lot about the bench, Trysta, and how the second unit could be the difference between this team making the playoffs and this team advancing in the playoffs. And a lot of those guys are going to be free agents next year or this offseason. And it's what does that all lead to for Sacramento this offseason, and what does it lead to for them next year?
Mm-hmm.
Because so many things kind of fell into place for them to be here at the third spot that, you want to take a firmer stance of who you are to where things aren't falling into place. Like you're pushing everything out of the way.
Yeah. Right now the Kings are like this really this plant that's flourishing, right? And it's a young plant and it's producing fruit right away, earlier than expected, but its roots aren't really firmly in the soil yet. And it could take one little thing to rip it out of the roots and have you start again. That would be obviously an awful situation. So you need to try to fertilize this and make sure that it's like more rooted where you've got sustainable growth moving forward. I really like the OG Anunoby thought. I know that they've been linked. OG's not happy in Toronto, man. He's not. Masai's holding on to him for dear life. Pascal Siakam, I could see being on the move. Like one of those two guys is going to have to go for sure.
I think OG's the one.
So
I'm starting to hear OG's name way too much.
The thing about it though is with the Kings, it's really one move though. Because as much as I love Trey Lyles and I want it back, I think if he left, you couldn't replace Trey
for sure.
It's really the Harrison contract in that position.
Yep. It's who is coming in instead of Harrison that's going to be what I noticed. What was it last night? Was it last night, you guys? Yeah, it was. So what I noticed last night without Kayvon is it really gets tough down the stretch to make threes. Yes, Harrison Barnes is a really good 3-point shooter, but he's not necessarily someone I would consider to be always a clutch 3-point shooter. You saw him miss 3 in a row. That's not indicative of him always. But if someone like Huerter's out there, or maybe Keegan Murray with more seasoning, whatever he becomes, like you need to have that down the stretch. So whoever you end up getting, like the dream scenario would be like a Mikal Bridges. That would be like the dream. That would turn you into like a real, I think that's pretty much a lot of teams' dreams. Someone who's a 2-way wing that can shoot and score off the dribble, 3-way, 3-level scorer. But that's the thing that I think you're going to have to take a real hard look and say, okay, we like Harrison a lot. He's been really good and really solid for us. Can we get better at that position? That to me is the key position, and backup center in order for the Kings to like really set roots down. You guys agree?
But I agree. Do you guys think that OG is that much better than Harrison? Because if you get OG, it's probably going to cost you this year's first round in Keegan. That's what I think it's going to. And I only say Keegan.
I don't think it costs you Keegan.
But I only say Keegan because you ain't got no draft picks.
I don't think it costs you Keegan though.
But it don't draft. Who else?
Well, you could. They're running out of time to do stuff with OG Anunoby. Like you look, we could give you this draft pick, and I don't know what the trade looks like. It might be Davion. But it's not going to be Keegan Murray. I don't think that deal gets done for Keegan Murray.
But I think I agree with you. But I think if you're talking about a first and Davion, somebody could beat that. Memphis can beat that.
Well, I think there might be other factors involved too.
Yeah, like where OG wants to go. That's a key piece. And is it a 3-way trade? Because maybe that ends up – because the thing about Davion is that Davion does not – unless the Raptors are going to blow things up, which I don't think that they are – Davion doesn't fit into their scheme at all. He's way too small. They want guys they're wanting to get rid of smaller guys like Gary Trent and Fred VanVleet and bring guys who are, Davion, but is 6'5", 6'6", 6'7", and Davion is just frankly not that blueprint for them.
Okay, one quick question, because you mentioned Mikal. Oh, what about the other one?
Cam?
Just we're still no.
Oh, I think you can get Cam Johnson in free agency. Absolutely.
No.
Oh,
no.
who?
The other Bridges.
That's no.
Oh,
I'm just that. So his career's over. I'm just asking.
His career's over. It may not be over. I'm not.
It's just not. It's like you ain't got to go home, but you just can't stay here.
Just asking. I'm a broadcast journalist.
Somebody wants to do that. They can do that.
I do think that like where that led my head, which was wrong, but also like something to consider. I think you could maybe get Cam Johnson in free agency.
Oh, I'd do that in a heartbeat.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cam Johnson, I know for like 100% certain, will not re-sign in New York City. Will not. I've been told that by people who know him well, that last year, remember when there was trade talks about Kevin Durant in the offseason, he was like, well, I'm on an expiring, so if they want to send me to Brooklyn, that's fine, but I'm in and I'm out.
I'd love to have Cam Johnson in Sacramento.
Yeah, easy.
That boy can shoot.
That is easy work. Trysta Krick, Heat Check Podcast, Bet MGM. Tonight we'll come back. More D'Lo and KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Cut.
We got out in time, actually. Sort of.
We did.
Sort of.
No, we did. We made it.
Right?
Yeah, we made it.
I was cognizant.
No, we got this. We get you at 28.
Trysta, come on, let's make it happen for these playoffs.
Oh, so what I'm thinking about doing for the Chatty House is just getting a one-way out there before the matchups are set.
You ain't never leaving.
And then once I figure out who is the other team, I'll talk to my crew to see how long I can stay. And then we'll see how many road games we can do. So if it's like either LA or Golden State. Yeah, or Golden State. Golden State would be easy, right? That would be like Kyle would be it would be a nightmare for Kyle. It would be like a wet dream for me. It would be perfect. Our Dubs versus the Kings. Like that's like a send Trysta for all 7 games kind of a thing. Because watching the death of the Dubs. Oh, that's what it's called. Watching the death of the Dubs. Death of our Dubs. Oh, no. I can make all these fake sad videos. Oh, it'd be so great.
Death of our Dubs.
Death of our Dubs. Real sad music. I can already see it in my head. So I'm thinking about getting the one-way now because the tickets are only going to go up. They've already gone up like $100 in the last week. So I'm thinking, I don't know when the first day of Kings playoffs are because it's like the 15th is when the day starts.
Yeah.
But I don't know if because they stagger it. It could be the 16th, And so I'm thinking, okay, I'll come out on the 14th just in case.
Yeah.
The Friday and then stay at least for a couple, but again, one-way ticket enough.
The killer is because you don't know who they're going to play. If they play the Lakers, they're playing on Sunday.
Why? Because it's like a day game.
They always put the Lakers on Sunday.
Yeah.
They always put the Lakers at noon on Sunday the first weekend. Warriors almost the same slot, but if
it's like OKC, it's probably Saturday night, right?
And part of me thinks they're gonna, if it's not the Lakers, they want to go night so they can get the beam.
Yeah.
That's kind of my thinking.
So they can get the beam. That's what she said. Daytime beams are just as good, Daytime beams are just as good. They don't have the same level of.
They don't hit the same. I guess they don't hit the same.
Got to work a little harder with the daytime beam.
Yeah. You got. You're like, is that?
It's a little more work. A little more work.
Yeah. So that's what I'm thinking about doing. That's what my Stilo says.
Okay.
Well, we got you.
They say we have unlimited time off in at Odyssey now. So
Yeah, I didn't get
That's
that
what
memo.
yeah, they said it's unlimited time off. That's what they said. It's unlimited. So I'm going to test the limits.
Wow. But you wouldn't be off though. You'd be working.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing about that is that in their mind, I'm screwing around, even though I'm,
It's
in
work.
their mind.
Work.
Yeah, in their mind, it's like, you know how it is, Kenny. For someone who can appreciate this, you're like, you've got my bosses are like your woman. It's like, how much work really is it that you're doing? Do you really? Are you clocking in for this? Do you have to do this? Like, what is this? Like, this seems kind of like you're having way too much fun for it to be work.
My job is fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but it's still my job.
It's me off the show, off the studio, BetMGM tonight. So it's like 2 co-hosts, really 1 co-host. It's like, meh.
Oh man, you could literally do the show from here.
That's what I'm. I think I'll try to do the fan on a Saturday from there. If the game isn't, then there's a lot of logistics to work out.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. All I know is that I have a firm roof over my head,
Yes.
and
with power.
Yes.
with power, and I'm working on the flight now. So Chatty House, I'll see you there.
I'm gonna say right now, it will not be raining when you come out.
Thank God. I don't want any rain. We'll bring some drip, and we'll get
got
it.
to. Yeah,
get it
got to. Those
going.
rules. Yeah, got to.
We got to have a little off day house party.
Yeah, we'll drink some Coke Zero.
Mm-hmm. Coke Zero, unlimited Coke Zero.
Unlimited. Yeah. We'll turn it.
All right, guys. Love you. See you soon.
Okay,
Bye.
Bye. And Trysta timed that perfectly.
Absolutely.
Jesse said we're back. Trysta said I'm out.
She's a professional.
And we're gearing up for TK's playoff visit here to Sacramento.
Hey,
did
you happen to see the WBC semifinals last night?
I did. I did not. I saw Jesse. Jesse was live tweeting them. Like,
yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I got way into the WBC than I thought I would.
Because the WBC
it broke my heart yesterday when Japan walked it off.
Bro,
so
it's popping. The WBC is alive.
It's pretty entertaining. I'm not watching the games, but I'm very much like, it seems like every highlight that SVP does, or every highlight that gets posted on social media is pretty freaking incredible.
Yeah.
And like some of like the calls of the walk-off last night. There's so much. I can't figure out what I like the most about it. I think it feels like a professional wrestling crowd. Like they're super into everything that they're doing, right?
The crowd, it tells the story.
But the players have like a little bit more of an edge to them. Like your boy,
Rosarena,
who caught it, and then like stole a home run and then just hit that pose. And did the dead look back to home plate. I was like, this is baseball. Right here. Give me this. You got me. Not for 160 some odd games, but give me this and you got me.
Nah, the WBC is fantastic. Everything about it.
I think that's an old slogan that you can't use. Copyright infringement. Was that NBA?
NBA is fantastic. No, they hit the mark on everything. The crowd is always into it. The players are always into it. I know over the weekend I was watching a couple games and they were talking about like the players. A lot of them were asked from the different countries, like, what would you rather win, a World Series or the WBC? And they're like, a gang of them were like WBC easily.
Interesting.
Like, it means so much to them, and you see that in the way they play. You see that in the crowd.
But it looks like they're having fun, though.
Yeah, well, baseball, because it gets back to how baseball should be played. Baseball, just like any other sport, is supposed to be fun.
Yep.
It's not supposed to be this buttoned up, you can't do anything, and you got to worry about if you toss the bat,
unwritten rules,
hit, all this other stuff. Like, that's not what sports is supposed to be about. And these guys in the other countries, they have this type of fun playing baseball, and everybody knows, everybody's in on it, so to speak. Like, all right, like you're gonna pound his chest, look at his dugout, hop, do all this other stuff. I'm not gonna hit the next guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like when I do it, I'm gonna do the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
And the people who are doing it on a home run, they know if the other team hits a home run, they about to bring it right back to them. And that's how it goes. And that comes off with the crowd. And it just comes off in the gameplay, man. And you take that with the fact that like the games are producing, like you're getting these good games and these great moments. I missed it live, but Trey Turner's grand slam to get to the finals, or no, it's get to the semifinals against Venezuela. I mean, it's ridiculous. I remember Mookie Betts, I think, talked about it after Edwin Diaz got hurt.
Mm-hmm.
And he was just talking about how, man, it's tough, to see something like that. But this is some of the most fun I've ever had playing baseball. This is amazing. I encourage anybody, if you're asked to do it, talking to like his fellow players, if you're asked to do it, experience it. This is so much fun. Trey Turner, after the Grand Slam, said it was like the loudest he had ever been in playing professional baseball.
Mm-hmm.
The stadium, the electricity.
Where is it
WBC.
again?
They're in Miami right now. Yeah.
I think the World Baseball Classic, like the biggest thing is showing the incompetence in the MLB. Because you mentioned the unwritten rules and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like if Randy Rosarena does that against the Blue Jays, I joke, like I made a halfway joke, I guess. Like he's gonna get hit for the next 47 games because of the unwritten rules. Like,
but you're not joking.
Yeah,
like, that's absolutely what's happening.
Yeah, like it's just highlight stuff like that is just so stupid.
And the great thing is he did it, the crowd popped, and he stayed in the pose, and the crowd got louder. That's why I say it was like a professional wrestling crowd, and he was acting like a professional wrestler. It was perfect.
Nah, he did that. They've all done that. The Japan situation where the walk off, and the whole team is out at home plate when they're scoring. It's just great. I'm a guy. I love baseball, and I still love Major League Baseball. Like there still are moments like that during the season. It's just few and far between.
Let's get Kamara in here. 916-909-1320. Kamara from Orlando.
Hey.
Attorney at law. What's up, Kamara?
I need a favor.
What's up, man?
I need y'all to help me with some playoff tickets, man.
Oh, okay. All
Sir.
right.
Sir.
Okay.
Listen. I know y'all got money, man. I can't afford.
You're only talking to one of us.
I can't afford the tickets. I was looking at tickets earlier today, and I'm not willing to do a mortgage.
Don't do this. Don't make me direct everybody to your Instagram profile. Like, don't do this. Don't come up here talking about I ain't got the money to afford this. I will direct.
The lawyer.
I will direct everyone to your Instagram profile.
This guy just went out the country.
First of all, social media is not real. Let's just keep it.
Facts. That's facts.
That's fact. It's all make believe. That's all make believe. We don't listen to him. Anybody listen to him about my social media. Damien, I want to be able to walk the court with my leather jacket.
Damn, bro.
I want to be able to walk and do a Diddy wave to everybody and my Diddy bop.
I can't even do that.
Can I get that, please?
Y'all are out of control.
There's only one guy who could do that.
Y'all are out of control.
There's only one guy.
Don't let this
There's only one guy.
At the Black Aristocrat. Just go follow on IG the Black Aristocrat, and you'll see how full of crap this dude is right now. You need to pull up for the playoffs, especially if it's Kings Warriors, because then you could just hang out and we'll drive to San Francisco together.
Wait a minute. How many times has he seen Beyonce?
That was for you, buddy.
It ain't got nothing.
Oh, yeah. How many times has he seen?
Yeah.
Not one, not two. How many times you seen Beyonce?
That's the reason I ain't got no money. These women are in my pocket. That's what I'm saying. I need the hookup, fellas. I'm literally looking at these tickets and I'm like, there's no way I can afford this. I need the hookup, fellas. Don't be worried about what I got going on in my life.
Here's what we can say. There will be a watch party for the road game, so you can come check. Come check out the watch party somewhere. That's what we can do for you.
There absolutely will be a road watch party. I would rather do that than drive to San Francisco. I can't lie. I'd rather drive to Sky River Casino in Elk Grove than the Chase Center in San Francisco. But see,
we got to get you to the Chase Center.
But here it is. It's starting. It's starting. Playoffs ain't even here yet.
You're talking crazy about
let me hold a ticket. Oh, it's starting.
Well, you see that. You see that.
I ain't got the money. Get out of here. I ain't got the money.
Kamar
do need to get out here. The last time he was scheduled to be out here was, what was the date again? March 11, 2020. He was supposed to be out here for that Kings Pelicans game.
Maybe he shouldn't come out.
Well, damn.
I don't want no problems. We already got aliens. Do we need another pandemic?
Well, let's grab Ramsey real quick so we don't have to make him wait. Ramsey, what's happening, man?
Not too much, real quick. Just getting back to the World Baseball Classic. One of the other attractive reasons is to it, we got the culture that plays in the World Baseball Classic. TA, Mookie Betts. We even got people playing on other teams that aren't the U.S. Marcus Stroman, Taijuan Walker, Trey Thompson, if you want to count him. And then you got a bunch of people for.
What do you mean if we want to count them?
If we count them,
we are counting
people on the Great Britain team too.
All right, it's good stuff there.
I still want to check Rosarena's. What is it? 32 and me or whatever. 23 and me.
I think it's 23.
I need to check.
I already explained the stories with us.
I don't know. I need to check that.
Jordy Fernandez may have had the quote of the century.
Oh.
We'll talk about it.
Hello.
When we return here on Sacramento Sports Leaders. Stilo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino on ESPN 1320. I'm about to go get some more hot wings. I don't think anybody ate any fried zucchini. That fried zucchini just sitting up there.
I mean, I like fried zucchini. I like what Jasmine.
No.
I don't know if they make it the same way.
I don't know how long it holds.
Their fries are bomb.
I guess so. Straight to hell. Damn. What'd he say? I remember. Okay. That lower bar was bomb. There's hot wings and fried food all over the place. I'm sitting here eating a lower bar. Cody versus Roman promo. No, I didn't. I was really consumed with basketball last night. I will catch up. I'll catch up tomorrow. No, I don't think I'm going to get to it tonight. I may have time before the Kings game starts. Got to get Corners of the Culture ready to go up, though.
That's next weekend, right? WrestleMania?
No. Is it?
I thought I saw that.
When's WrestleMania? Is it 2 weeks away or 3 weeks away? Or Mania? What are we at? 30? Oh, I'll just hit 2023.
Oh, Warren said 2 weeks.
It's April 1st. So that's 2 weeks. Yeah, no, you're right. The way you said, yeah, you're right. It's a
not
week,
this weekend, the weekend
it's a week
after,
from Saturday. Yeah. Yep. Yes, indeed. A week from Saturday. WrestleMania. Yeah, I'll catch up on Raw. Oh, good. That's good stuff. What do you mean, y'all? Like, pretty much me. I do all of it. I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to, but Jesse does everything during the show. I do most of the other stuff. Anything Dillon and KC, like Instagram wise, I do all that stuff. Oh yeah, fried green beans are good. Yeah, those are popping. Oh, right on, Johnny G. Thanks, man. This one, you're gonna love this one too. Yeah, it's Donnie's been such a great addition to the show, man. He's just completely breathed new life into that. That's funny. You're a jerk, but that's pretty funny. I am far from that. What kind of editing, Leezy? I could always use help on social media. I have a hard time getting our reels up. That's what takes the most time. Hey, what's May 6th in Stockton? Hey, what's May 6th in Stockton? What's on her screen? Who is that? Oh, Jesus. Another Too Short concert. I don't mean to disparage Too Short. We were talking about Too Short today. Is that right, Leezy? Okay. Okay. Oh, yeah. I eat the hell out of some potatoes. French fries, make them however you want to, man. I definitely eat those. Word? That's what's up, Leezy. Share your secrets, bro. You know you had a 13th round that did about 3K?
When?
What?
Like
yeah.
a short or the video?
Nah, the video.
What?
Yeah. The what's the dude's name who begins with a T?
Tank?
Nope. God damn.
T-
No. I don't think that was it either. I got it.
Tim Tzsyu?
That one.
Oh my gosh, Australia was out.
Yeah, 2.9.
13th round, popular in Australia.
Yeah, 2.9.
Hey, we're only doing Tim Tzsyu content from now on.
2.9, 29 comments.
This is gonna be the Tim Tzsyu round.
Yeah, 29 comments on it.
Who would have thought Tim Tzsyu ratings getter?
That is hilarious.
I got that. I need
It's
to do
funny 'cause
your.
I looked at it the other day and it was whatever video I saw. It was like 31 views.
I'm just gonna title him 13th round. Shout out Tim Tzsyu. Won't even put what it's about anymore.
What I really need to do is make your 13th rounds shorts.
Damn, 2.9. Let me see what they were talking about.
Your 13th round short did nearly 1,000, and that's just more than the videos do. I threw these guys for a loop.
and seriously, it is all the Aussies are in there. Tim Tzsyu this, Tim Tzsyu that.
Yeah, you like I mentioned a video, one of Kenny's 13th round videos did big numbers over on YouTube. I was like, yo, who is this dude? And yeah, they came out to. I got to turn that into a short or an Instagram reel. See what it does on like IG or something.
Yeah,
you might get the Trysta Krick. What's the soccer player's name?
Oh, it was Zlatan?
Yeah, you might get that treatment that she gets talking about that dude.
Well, and this reminds me, I'm never talking about Brandon Figueroa. He only gave me 21 views.
See, I ain't gonna do it.
Yeah, Damien said it starts with a T. It's like Tank Davis, Teofimo Lopez, Terrence Crawford. Nope, Tim Tzsyu.
No. Well, I was like, I know who Tank is. I know who. I was like, I don't know who this guy that you were talking about is.
Tzsyu did 3,000 views.
Been working so hard to make those pop. Just throw a little Tim Tzsyu in it. We're good.
It's such a I try to tell our beautiful staff outside. They focus so much on like social media and Instagram and Facebook and Twitter. It's like, guys, YouTube is the second biggest social media platform in the world. It's the second biggest social media platform in existence next to Facebook. And it's all algorithms, man. If you title something the right way, that joker pop. And you could do a video that gets seen 30,000 times or a video that gets seen 7.
For a point of reference, it'd be like if we had a segment on Josh Giddey and it did like 10,000 views.
Really? That's the context to that?
Like Tim Tzsyu,
wow.
He's a good boxer, but he's not.
It makes no sense why Tim Tzsyu is the one who popped.
That's awesome. That is
but
amazing.
It's a bunch of Aussies in the comments. They loved it.
Rob H says, live show from Sydney. Go see Kenny's people in Sydney, Australia.
2 minutes and 20 seconds worth of content on there.
KC is the biggest thing in Australia right now because of that 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
So there's a buddy of mine in the industry who ended up getting connected with a podcast in Ireland. And every year they fly him out for a live show.
Wow. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
So Tim Tzsyu is gonna be
every day at 2:15 or 2:15 here on Dillon and KC.
I'm going to Sydney.
It's happening. Worldwide Caraway. There was a ton of national media content on the Sacramento Kings today. First thing that caught my attention this morning was Zach Lowe, friend of the show, who just doesn't know it yet. Posted an article on Domantas Sabonis, and was kind of reading it a little bit as the dog was playing and around the park, and got home, really dove into it. It's like, what great nuggets are in here that we could talk about? And there's really good stuff in there. There's Domas's reaction to getting
Zach
traded.
really good.
He's very, very good. And I love, one thing that I really love about him is he doesn't just say stuff for the sake of saying it. He says something and then shows you a video of why he feels that way. And then he offers another perspective and he shows you another video from that alternative perspective. And this article he wrote encompasses all of that stuff. And he talks about Domas's reaction, how he thought they were going to get booed. He's talking about traveling, I think it was with Justin Holiday, thinking they were going to get booed when they got to Sacramento because he was reading the social media reaction to the Tyrese Halliburton trade. And De'Aaron was the one who kind of set him down and was like, nah, bro, this crowd is crazy. They're going to be behind you.
Yeah.
And of course he gets the big ovation the first time he steps on the floor. I was like, all right, this is all good. Like, it's good.
Yeah. Well, the other crazy part about that was how the little tidbit about how after all like that, he thought he was going to get booed. Like, didn't he mess up the time to come out?
Yeah, he went out by himself.
And he thought he was about to get eviscerated.
Yeah.
And sure enough,
he was like taping his ankle or something like that. I guess he tapes himself, which is I've never heard of that before, but I guess that's what he does. I shouldn't say he was taping his ankle. He said he was taping himself as he does before each game. And so when he ran out alone, and he got a big reaction from the Golden One Center crowd. And again, everything was like, it's a great article. And then I found the Jordy Fernandez quote. Jordy Fernandez says, and there's quotes from Mike Brown, De'Aaron Fox, there's quotes from everybody, but this is the one right here. Because Jordy, to the best of my knowledge, is the first person to at least say this publicly. Some D'Lo and KC been talking about, but you don't want to listen to D'Lo and KC. Maybe y'all listen to Jordy Fernandez.
Maybe, hopefully.
They say that this is Jordy Fernandez here to Zach Lowe. They say the game slows down in the playoffs. Well, we won't slow down.
Put it on a shirt.
Come on, man.
Put it on
All
a
we
shirt.
heard is how different everything is going to be. Oh, how much slower the game is. They say the game slows down in the playoffs. Well, we won't slow down. Come on, man.
I love it.
Come on, Jordy.
I love it.
Come on, Jordy.
The Kings are coming. The Kings are coming for the NBA playoffs.
Come on, Jordy. People just out there just saying stuff for the sake of saying it. And Jordy says, hey, we have something to say about the way the game is played. We're going to play the way that we have at this point for 71 games. By the time this is over, 82. We're going to play our game. It's not going to change because we're playing the same opponent. It's not going to change because playoffs are attached to it. It's not going to change because we're playing at a different time of the day. We have a style of play that has gotten us here to this point, and it is not going to change. It's up to defenses to adjust to us. We're adjusting for nobody. He didn't say any of that. That's what I read in that quote right there. Well, we won't slow down.
I love it. I love
Absolutely love that.
Yeah, that is a hell of a quote. I can't wait for the playoffs to get here. I cannot wait.
I can't either, man.
Madhouse.
I can't either.
The Kings are going to be ready. The Kings are going to be ready for the playoffs. I cannot wait.
I can't wait for the playoffs. I can't wait for that moment that they clinch. And I don't know what you're.
Yesterday took a little bit of it. Well, no, I'll say this. Depends on what happens today. Because when I did the calculations, I had them winning yesterday. And just for argument's sake, I had them losing today.
Not a believer. Okay. No, it's fine. It's fine. He's not a believer.
So if they win today, which
right
I
back on track.
tweeted, I said they were going to win today.
You did tweet that.
Sort
of.
Yeah, you're right back on track, which gets you to the weekend. If they don't win,
So the number's still 4.
Mhm.
And it's not solely how many games the Kings win.
Right.
There's a variety of other things that could come into play, which originally led us to believe it could happen Friday or
Well, one of them
Saturday.
One of them is when I did this over the weekend, the Warriors were 7th, and I did all the math with the Warriors being 7th. Now they're not.
Right.
Now the Mavs are.
Right.
And one of the issues with the Mavs is they don't play as many games
That's
this
right.
week as the Warriors.
Yeah.
So
I noticed
the opportunity to clinch
it might
changes.
It's turned into Monday real quick.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's after that? I don't.
Then they go on the road.
Then it's the 2 games against Portland.
Yeah. Which is where we kind of originally looked at it.
Yeah, that is absolutely. Well, we might have to hastily schedule a watch party somewhere.
Friday night.
Oh my gosh, Friday night, Sky River Casino. Man, we could throw that joint together on a day's notice. No problem.
Yeah.
Absolutely no problem whatsoever. We would prefer they not hold out till April 5th at Fieldhouse.
Yeah,
let's not do that.
No, let's not.
Let's
not.
Let's take care. Let's take care of business.
Yeah.
If the Warriors, who were we looked at this earlier.
Warriors got the Mavs and the Sixers in the next 2 games.
When's the Sixers game?
Friday night in Golden State.
Okay.
And the Mavs have the Warriors, and then they don't play, I think. Oh, no, they play Charlotte on Friday, and then Charlotte again on Sunday.
So Saturday would be ruled out if bam. All right. I thought Saturday playoff clinching moment.
It's once again, it's still alive.
Oh, no, for sure.
And if Dallas beats the Warriors on Wednesday, that puts the Warriors back in 7th, and the Kings win tonight. We're still back on track for something to happen this weekend.
Okay. All you have to do is go out there and beat the Celtics. Go Kyrie, who is not interested in Dillon Brooks' nasty-ass jersey. Stilo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRX, QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 as well, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. There was I don't know what was supposed to happen. Maybe I didn't see the whole video. Maybe there's more to it, but Dillon Brooks wanted Kyrie's jersey. Got it. He took his off, went to hand it to Kyrie, and Kyrie just walked away. Now, does anyone know? Did Kyrie go back and get it?
It sure doesn't look like it.
Kyrie did talk after or whatever, and he was like, his mind was just somewhere else. He wasn't worried about the jersey or whatever. That's basically what. He
was asked about Dillon Brooks' jersey?
I can't remember if he was asked or whatever, but I saw the comment. Yeah, his mind was just somewhere else.
Okay. My mind was not on that nasty ass jersey from Dillon Brooks, who got suspended, by the way, because he's a jackass.
18th technical.
What are you doing, man? What are you doing?
Lost in all this. Well, maybe not lost for some people. Dillon Brooks really does need to just shut the hell up.
Yeah, chill out, dude.
Like, even because yesterday we spent a lot of the energy and the time on Clay. Shut the hell up, Dillon Brooks.
Yeah.
Like, seriously, you shut the hell up.
Clay, excuse me, I mentioned the line that Clay had said about Dillon Brooks, and when Dillon Brooks retires, no one will ever think of him again. And I thought that was funny. I thought it was mean, but I thought it was funny. And then I was thinking about this thing earlier, and the technical foul, knowing the suspension was coming, and it's like Dillon Brooks gets a lot of media attention and a lot of House of Highlights attention and quote graphics and all of that stuff for a marginal player. Like, Dillon Brooks is fine. Like, he's not a bad player by any means. He's not a great player either. He gets a ton of attention because he won't shut up. And everyone bites. I bite. Like, House of Highlights bites. Every Bleacher Report bites. Everybody who puts out a graphic with someone's quote on it always goes to Dillon Brooks because they know he's going to say something stupid. And it's like, at some point, we all have to collectively recognize, if you're going to do that, like, cool, your game better match your mouth, though. And his game doesn't match his mouth. Good player, important for Memphis, game doesn't match how much he talks, though.
No, he's not that good. And this is me. I used to like Dillon Brooks a lot, and then it just all became excessive. Like he's not that good for everything that he brings to the table, for all the talking that he does. But I mean, that's what he does. I will say this: he played well against the Warriors. He talked a lot, and in these 2 games since the hold, he played well. And you play well in that situation. They're gonna put the camera in your face. You can talk. So
can Golden State just play along? Can Golden State beat Memphis in a series?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Jesse's shaking his head. No,
I
just caught out of the corner of my eye. Jesse going no.
I understand why Jesse says that. I think they can. I think they can. Would I pick them? I don't know.
Golden State is really just Steph and some dudes at this point.
No.
Yes, they are. The dude went 28 the other day, put 50, and it didn't matter. Okay, Steph can still do it. The others can't anymore.
That's
like, it's harsh, but like, come on now.
I mean, they're still, what's their record? 36 and 35.
They're staying in that spot too because the teams behind them and the teams ahead of them aren't consistent either.
What if I said Andrew Wiggins returns?
Yeah, they
does that change your mind?
Yeah, that makes it better. But
so is it Steph, Andrew, and some dudes?
Yeah, at that point.
Oh,
like Draymond doesn't got any more. Clay every other game.
Serious question. I'll call back to a certain degree of our conversation with Kyle and Kyle and James. Just kind of the conversation we had on Friday at Sky River Casino. You have to move on from Draymond for the vibes, don't you?
Some people believe they're moving on from Draymond and Jordan Poole.
So that was actually the next part of my question is, can Jordan Poole be better if Draymond Green is gone?
Quite possibly. I wouldn't move on from Jordan Poole.
I wouldn't either. Yeah, I'm with you. I wouldn't either.
I'd keep him. But I have heard some talk and some rumbling that Jordan Poole gonna be gone too.
No, and I understand that. Like I completely understand that.
Yeah.
I last time I checked, I'll check my Odyssey job description. I don't GM a basketball team, but if I were one, I wouldn't move on from Jordan Poole. I'd move on from Draymond Green first.
Yeah.
I'd give it an opportunity to play out. If it doesn't work, I get it. Of course, there's an obvious risk to doing that because you can always sell Jordan Poole as, well, we kind of, got kind of messed up.
Right.
Like, he can play. He's a great ball player. But if you expose that as getting rid of Draymond Green and realize, there's still a hiccup here, that's a problem.
And, they got a hit on one of these young players because, who knows what's going on with Moody. Kuminga is hit or miss. He's still a young dude. Felt like you had on Jordan Poole, but then you just give away James Wiseman. He's playing really well in Detroit.
Yeah.
He's the anti-Marvin Bagley. He goes to Detroit and plays well. And I'll say that actually Marvin had some good games with Detroit. He didn't have games as good as James Wiseman.
Text Big Marvin. Tell him you're sorry for that. Also, tell him you're sorry about what you said to him when he was here.
No.
With his stupid jacket on.
Look, him wearing it was stupid. That jacket was kind of cold.
Oh, no, the jacket was fly. The jacket was fly. The concept of the jacket was fly. It was very noticeable too.
Yeah, very, very much so.
Very, very noticeable too. It's a good point from Rob too. I mean, this has come up a couple of times in conversation, but like the Bob Myers thing. And that poses another question. If Bob Myers says, I'm good, and that position is open, is it an attractive position? Meaning, would Sam Presti, I'm saying him because we were talking about him earlier with Trysta, would Sam Presti leave Oklahoma City to take Golden State?
If I was Sam Presti, I wouldn't. I think Oklahoma City is in a good enough position now and promising enough position moving forward to stay. Would Masai Ujiri leave Toronto and come to Golden State? But
yes, right after he trades OG Anunoby to Sacramento, he takes the
or
job.
He might do a any given Sunday. Trade OG. I'm going to Golden State and I'm taking OG with me.
Well, you can do that too.
Yeah. But
well, there's another.
It's crazy. I don't even know. I'm thinking back, that couldn't have been legal that he could do that. Like how you just gonna? He's under contract.
Well, it wouldn't be tampering if he didn't work for someone else. He worked for the team.
Yeah, but I mean, he's under contract.
Mm-hmm.
But
Willie Beeman wasn't under contract.
Oh, he was a free agent?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, that makes sense.
Because wasn't Willie trying to get his money?
Yeah.
He didn't trade him. He said, I'm signing him. Yeah.
Where they going? Weren't they going to San Francisco? Or no, Miami?
No. It was like
Las Vegas?
Albuquerque or something, wasn't it? No, seriously, wasn't it like Albuquerque?
It might have been Albuquerque.
Yeah, it was some like random place. What football league was this? Because they acknowledged the Dolphins, so it wasn't the NFL. That's the sneaky part about all of this. We didn't acknowledge that Al Pacino was coaching like a team in the XFL.
Yeah, but did they acknowledge the Dolphins?
They did. Was it Cameron Diaz? Who was the girl? Who was Mitch Pagliacci?
that was Mitch's girl.
Oh man. She says something in one of the discussions about the Dolphins,
which is bizarre because they were the Miami Sharks.
They were the Sharks. That's right. They were in the same market.
They were in the same stadium.
They were like they were the XFL, and we just ignored it. We just took it. We just took it like for nothing. Like this is a secondary football thing because she acknowledged the Miami Dolphins in the conversation, and we just went along with it. Steaming Willie Beeman, Cap Rooney.
Speaking of the XFL,
doing a nasty ass Metrex commercial. That is the grossest. Like
I was a pumps to the bump.
Ready to? Oh my god!
That was a pumps to the bump like commercial.
Oh man!
Speaking of the XFL, I saw some of the ratings are not doing what they do.
No, and that's fine.
They got to move it.
That's fine.
Move it to the summer.
No, that's fine. You've got to see this through though. Like
move it to the summer though. Move it to the summer.
But like when in the summer?
Start in May.
So you gonna move to like domes? Like where are you gonna play games in the summer?
Mm-hmm. Play at night. They already play at night.
Businessman Kenny Carroll.
They already play at night. Play at night.
They don't always play at night.
But you can't do it now.
No, do it now. I don't know why they did that.
I think the USFL is playing in like May.
Maybe that's why.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why.
But these fools only played in one stadium.
The USFL?
Didn't they play like the whole season in Birmingham?
I think maybe vaguely. Did a jamboree style like the youth football kids.
That was bizarre.
I don't know.
That was bizarre. You know, to come full circle, shout out to Jordy Fernandez. What a quote.
Oh, wow, that is a full circle.
One time I taped my own ankles like DeMontis Sabonis. I was a kid, but I was like
a kid, what's that mean? Like a kid?
No, like teenager.
Okay.
Probably 15, 16.
Uh-huh.
But I'm into the look, right?
Of course.
And I was like, man,
forget functionality.
They be taking that taping that ankle. I rolled my ankle, but I had AU tryouts. It's like, man, this is I'm not taping it all high. That's ugly, bro. It's ugly. I like the low, socks, the court ankle socks.
Yeah.
And I was like, I ain't doing that.
You wore ankle socks playing ball?
Yeah. Well, not no-show socks, like socks that come a little bit above.
Okay. I got you.
Like Jordan used to wear.
Because them no-shows, you really run the risk of them things rolling right down the middle of your foot.
Do it. That's how we used to do it. We was no-show by the time I was in like the last couple of years, and actually all through high school, it was no-show.
You must have had the tightest shoelaces in history.
No, but you did it differently. You took a long sock, like right now.
Yeah, folded it down.
Folded it down. Yeah, that's how you got it done. That's how we used to do it. But
still risk. Still risk of the roll. Still risk of the roll.
It would bunch up sometimes or whatever, but you had to get a good sock.
I have a shoe that's like a European size, and I think it's off a little bit, and I think that's how I have to wear it. I have to wear the long sock.
You got a lot of those European shoes. You do. But I taped my ankle, but I was like, man, I ain't taping it all the way up. So it just like went right above my bone, my ankle bone.
Okay.
Bro,
how'd that work?
There's a reason. Oh, that eye.
There's a reason people go to school to learn how to tape ankles.
Bad. It hurt so bad. I said, oh no, I can't ever do this again. No.
Did you not have a trainer? Was this high school? What was this?
This was in the summer.
Oh, okay.
I had a AU practice.
Got you.
and I was just at home and taped it. I'm sure I didn't even tape it right to begin with, but the fact that I didn't stabilize the whole lower part of the leg, that's not.
There's a specific position your foot has to be in before you even start taping.
There's that too.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to tape your ankles.
Huh?
You're not supposed to tape your ankles. Makes your ankles weak.
Okay. All right.
Well, it's either don't do it or you're going to have to do it forever.
I gotcha. Well, now they just have braces for it, right? Don't these kids just wear braces?
Yeah, we used to wear braces. AI started that one too. Well, I don't know if he started it, and Marcus Camby had a big.
Wasn't those Kobe's that
my favorites, the Kobe 9s?
Those are the ones De'Aaron used to wear, right?
Mm-hmm.
Those like are a built-in brace. Mm-hmm. They go up so high. Yeah,
I love those shoes. Those are
that would be a hard shoe to wear as a look.
No, you can't.
I wanted those shoes so bad. Yeah. I was like, what? It's too high. It's too high. What am I going to do with this? It's too high. And I don't play basketball, so I literally what would I do with them? We'll come back. Jason Jones, J Street Vibes,
Professor,
the Athletic, and the Professor joins us when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, CeeLo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on ESPN 1320. Ooh, dog. Yes. Exactly.
It's ugly in these streets.
So, man, them joints would cover my ankles up.
Yeah.
I love them. I wanted them so bad. I just kept looking at them like I can't do anything with these. Like those LeBrons I have, the Kith ones, those are really high. And they're a fraction of how high those Kobe's were.
I love those Kobe. Or are they Kobe 11s? I think they're Kobe 11s, not Kobe 9s.
Is it bad? It's bad, huh? Yeah. It's bad.
On a game day. On a game day. After a game the night before. Damn. It's over. It's over. But yeah, those are my Kobe's, man. I love those.
Yeah.
I love those. I have them, and the traction isn't good enough for let them warm down. So the traction isn't good enough for indoor anymore. So now I've moved them to wearing them, outside when I play in the backyard.
Mm-hmm.
But I need to find some more. Like I don't play enough basketball at this point in my life to justify what it would cost to get those, but I really want to do it. They're like $500 shoes.
I hooped with my friends a couple months ago. I wore Air Forces. I thought my shins were gonna break after that. I only play like once every couple months. So it's like, what am I gonna buy shoes for?
Hey, those used to be basketball shoes too.
What's your shoe size again, Jesse? I've asked you this before. Is that kids?
That's uncalled for.
Sorry.
That was uncalled for.
All right, bro.
I said,
no, I'm gonna remember that.
No,
I'm gonna remember that.
Mine's 10 and a half.
No, I remember. I'm gonna remember that. I ain't gonna do a damn thing about it today, but I'm gonna remember that.
I was only kidding. Like my shoe's barely bigger than yours. I'm 10 and a half. What's your current favorite shoe? Oh man, current favorite.
I really
shoe.
love the LeBron 20s. I don't have them, so I can't say how good they feel, but I love those. I don't have the Giannis's, but I love those too.
Chris had the Giannis's on at Sky River.
He did. Yeah. I like the look.
I've never, I don't think I had ever noticed the logo before because I always see the Giannis gear and it just says Freak on it. And I never see the logo. I was like, yo, what are those?
Yeah.
I didn't know that's what they were.
Yeah, I like the Giannis's. The best shoes that I have, I kind of like the Lucas. Those are cool. And then I got I don't know what number it is, like 36, Jordan 36 or something like that.
I'll get those Sabrina joints when they drop though. Yeah. I need to get these LeBrons.
I kind of like I like the Currys, man. The ones De'Aaron be wearing.
Mm-hmm.
I like the Currys. I want to. If I were able to get some of those, I'd get some. But they are coming back out with the Kobe. Kobe 4s are coming back out this year. And I think the Kobe 6s might be coming back out.
When do those Travis Scott olive joints drop? Those are nasty.
It's a good question.
I think it's the spring.
Robinson, I'm not going. You're wrong. You're wrong because the best hoop shoes are the Kobe 4s. Those are the best. It's either Kobe 4
Those
or 5.
the lows?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's either Kobe 4 or 5. The Kobe 4s are pillows on your feet. Those are amazing.
I like that little quote whiteboard that they have at the Golden One Center when employees walk in. Like if you follow a few of them, a lot of them take pictures by like a quote board where someone writes a handwritten quote on it.
See, I didn't get invited to that. I don't
No,
have
it's
interest.
it's just people who work there. It's
I ain't seen
Rachel.
that.
Oh yeah, no, it's dope.
I don't get access to that. I gotta come in, the general.
This
The
dude.
general one.
This dude.
Hang out with my man Lee. That's where I come in.
Indeed.
Did you see what happened with those? And these are fire. These are some of the sickest Jordans that come out recently. Those SB 4s, the green and white joints.
Oh yeah.
You see what happened? And I think it was New York, where the line was so crazy, they just start throwing out raffle tickets.
Oh my gosh.
And it was exactly what you would think it would be.
Oh.
Those shoes are fire, though. Those SB AJ4 collabs.
Wow. Yeah, I ain't about that life. If I don't have someone who can help, I can't have them. Those are just the rules.
I can't go outside.
Live on Twitch as well, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, wherever you are. We appreciate you so much for being with us, and we hope that you'll be out with us Wednesday, April 5th, the Dillon and KC watch party at Fieldhouse American Sports Pub. Come watch the Kings take on Dallas with us. Register for the event. It's a glorified RSVP. Go to ESPN1320.com. Our goal is to fill the Fieldhouse with our people.
Yes. Let's do it.
Just all of us there together, watching the game together. Again, go to ESPN1320.com to RSVP for that event. April 5th. It's a watch party. It's like 5 to 8-ish or 5 to whenever the game ends. It's 5 to whenever we decide we want to leave.
Yeah.
But it's at the Fieldhouse American Sports Pub coming up April 5th. With Dillon and Casey. Again, go to ESPN1320.com.
Gonna be some good times. Hey, do you know who? I may get this wrong, Jesse. You may know who he is. Maluma.
Yeah, my aunts are more like into that guy, but yeah.
So people were going crazy. I don't know who he is. I'm just assuming. I probably shouldn't assume. He's like
he's like a singer, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like a Latino singer.
Okay.
Well, he wore a Kings jersey or whatever. So I saw it on Instagram, and I was like, okay, like I'm just gonna assume it's a big deal because people have been talking about this.
Mm-hmm.
Guy's got like 6.5 million followers
Oh.
on Instagram, but he had like, and I don't know, it had his own name on the back or whatever. It was a 0, and I thought it was Malik Monk, but I think it had his own name. It was a custom jersey, but Kings jersey.
Okay, that's dope.
Yeah, we out
That's
here.
dope.
We everywhere.
Yeah, we outside. Well, we
We
really
everywhere.
are outside. You see what else dropped yesterday?
What's that?
McQueen in the ultraviolet fog. And the Chatty House couldn't help but notice McQueen in the ultraviolet fog gin is purple. It's not clear. McQueen in the violet fog gin it's clear.
Yeah.
McQueen in the ultraviolet fog is purple.
Yeah.
It's like the beam in a drink. It's like the beam in a bottle. That'll be available soon wherever you get McQueen in the violet fog gin from.
Going to be fire.
That joint is purple. Just throw some ice in a glass
Come
and
on
pour it
now.
on top, and you're riding.
Come on now.
Shout out to our people at McQueen in the Violet Fog, as John Bull says. The Light the Beam edition.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
That one's going to go crazy when it hits shows.
Yeah,
Especially out here.
We told them that thing hits out here. It's like just give us the ball, get the hell out of the way, as Doug Collins would say, because Kings fans are gonna buy that joint up.
Yeah,
a purple drink. Come on, man.
Yes, I can't wait to taste it too.
Yeah, I wonder. It has like some. Well, just tie in our conversation yesterday. Apparently, it has like some blueberry infused into it. Yeah, you love blueberry flavor. You hate blueberries.
I didn't. Well,
which I feel like that's
didn't say I
psycho
hate
behavior.
blueberries.
That's what I heard.
Not a fan.
Blueberries are a good regular season team. When it comes down to it, and I need you to be a fruit, they fall down all the time. I said it yesterday to the 76ers.
That is so wild.
The Sixers lost yesterday, by the way.
I literally every day I eat blueberries at least 3 times a day.
I mean, they're not. It's not like peas or something like that. Like they're good. The texture just gets me.
Okay.
So I just go to grapes and strawberries and pineapples. You know, I love fruit. I think I'm allergic to almost all of them because if I eat too much, my
tongue itch. Yeah, we've been over this for like 3 years.
Yeah, but sometimes I just got to go through it, especially when it comes to a good pineapple.
Pineapple is dope.
I'll just suffer.
I don't know what food is that good to where I'm like, yeah, no, I'm just gonna suffer through this.
Kenny's like, I can't feel my face, but damn it, are these strawberries good?
Sounding like the weekend out here, singing to a piece of pineapple. We haven't spent much time talking about the fact the Kings actually played tonight. We've talked a lot about the conference. We talked a ton about last night.
They shouldn't play tonight, but they do.
They do, and it's really dumb. It was significantly dumber when we looked at the Celtics schedule. Like, what is the purpose in this? This game does not need to happen the way that it is.
Yeah.
But for some reason, it is.
Well, and if it's on the schedule, go out there and win. I talked about this with Jay yesterday you guys heard it this morning on J Street Vibes. Hey, like whatever the schedule is, be ready to go. Be ready to hoop. You know, you deal with that and you execute and you handle business and you come out ready to play. Don't have a situation where you have 19 points in the first quarter or you score 4 points over the course of 12 minutes. Be ready to hoop.
Well, let's welcome in the professor, your partner over on the J Street Vibes podcast. And, of course, the culture writer over at The Athletic, our guy, Jason Jones. We'll ask you this question. Why is this game happening tonight? The Celtics have had time off. The Celtics don't play tomorrow. I don't think they play till Friday either. They're just like cramming all of these games together at the end of the season when you really don't have to.
I have no idea. I've never been a big fan of the road team sitting at home for 2-3 in the road city, and then the other team gets back. But even still, the fact that it's a back-to-back for the Kings is just weird.
Yeah.
I mean, it might as well just be part of the road trip.
Yeah.
You know, because it's not like they got home, got to sit around all day. You know, you got home late, late last night. Not super late. I mean, you're only in Utah, but still, you get home late. You probably sleep in. You don't have a shoot around, but you wake up and got to get ready to go to work. Right. I mean, this is basically a road game.
Yeah. And I just thought about this when you said that. The crazy thing about it is the Celtics have probably been here since Sunday. They played on Saturday night, probably spent the night, stayed in Utah or whatever the case may be. Got here on Sunday. We're hanging out on Monday, watching the game, and now they're here on Tuesday. They're at home. As long as they've been here, they're at home.
They've maximized the room service. They've gone through the menu. If
in every movie at the theater in Doco.
Yeah, because they've sampled the restaurants, went to Macy's and got some gifts for the wifey, let her know. I'm thinking about you. I've been in Sacramento 2-3 days,
they might have gone to Napa at this point.
If the weather out this way was better, yeah, but even still, got time. More than likely, they probably, I don't know for sure. They could have stayed in Utah the extra night, practiced in Utah, came to, it's a quick flight, about an hour from Salt Lake City, to Sacramento. They could have easily had a wine trip. I mean, you got time. No, they could have headed to Napa, went back, still watched the game,
Yeah, they absolutely left because I ain't saying Sacramento's New York City, but you're not spending an extra day in Salt Lake City. So
unless you're the Memphis Grizzlies, that might be a city they're approved to stay.
Memphis stays extra days in Utah, Oklahoma City, a couple of those spots. They'll just
that's about it. They can find trouble everywhere else, probably. So yeah, just get them out of Milwaukee, Detroit, get them out of everywhere. Just get them back home.
Jesse says the Celtics are 7-7 on more than 2 days rest this season.
Yeah, and they're 8-3 on the second night of a back-to-back, so it makes no sense.
Wow, that the Kings have a good record on the second night of a back-to-back, don't they?
Well,
or am I making that up?
I don't know.
I might be making that up. I'm probably making that up.
What they
Ignore
always
that.
the Sega Bega. What's they always they shorten it down? They put the initials down. Sega Bega or whatever it says.
I don't know. I'm old. I just say second night of a back-to-back.
Yeah, I'm fine taking the extra couple seconds to say the second night of a back-to-back. I was going to ask you this. I forgot. So I'll ask Jason. You can chime in, KC.
Okay.
Who do you think gets these 2 playing spots?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I've been trying to figure it out. Like, who can you confidently say these 2 teams are they're going to be the 7th and 8th seed?
I mean, because we don't know who those. I mean, there's about there's realistically 6 teams that could be in the last 4. I mean, whoever 6 through 11 changes almost every day.
Yeah, that's the other thing. You probably have to decide who's going to be 6 before you can decide who's going to be 7 and 8.
I mean, because a week ago, the Lakers were headed to 6. Now they're 11th. A couple of days ago, Dallas was 6. And now, they got a couple of injuries. The Warriors are 6 until they go on the road. And they end up being 8 after a couple of road games. I mean, I can't figure this thing out. Yeah. I mean, I mean, because it really depends on, I could look at it now. I mean, who's 6 right now?
Golden State.
The Warriors.
Okay, so that means Dallas is 7th, and Minnesota's 8th.
Yep.
Then it's like OKC,
yep.
Utah, and the Lakers at 11.
Yep.
And then
and the Warriors and Mavericks play tomorrow.
Okay, so that'll change probably again. Well, where's the game at? Is the game in Dallas? Oh God. The Warriors may lose by 30 to like the backups. Who knows? I mean, they're so weird this year on the road. So I mean,
Kyrie's gonna go for like 80.
Yeah,
that's like Kyrie's just gonna have to go off.
Tim Hardaway Jr. is gonna have a 55-point game just because it's a game in Dallas. But if the Warriors are 6 right now, based on from 7 to 11, the 2 best teams are probably Dallas and the Lakers. But I don't know who's going to be there in the end. I mean, I know I talk to people around the league and everything like that. They're like, if LeBron gets back and the Lakers are 10, they can win 2 games. Like if they got to play OKC, they can win in OKC and then beat whoever. They could do that. But then again, in a week, the Lakers might be 6. We don't know. I can't call this thing at all. I don't even pretend like I know what's going to happen. I mean, who knows? Maybe Cat gets back this week and that helps Minnesota, or Minnesota goes in a tailspin.
Yeah, that's the other thing that people don't talk about. All these guys coming back, that might not make things better.
Right.
You got guys without them for so long.
My buddies in Oakland, all my Warrior homies are banking on GP2 and Wiggins coming back to save them. But what if that doesn't happen?
Yeah.
I mean, this is going to be this is probably the most parity I've seen in the West ever. Because even the top 2-3 teams, I don't think anyone's going, oh my God, they're a lock to even win 2 series. Now, if Denver gets a bad matchup in the first round, second round, imagine you get a healthy Phoenix round 2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean,
the Clippers who actually are engaged round 2. I mean, there's really no kind of predicting what's going to happen with this right now. So it makes it a lot of fun. I was very anti-play-in. I didn't like the idea. I think if you play 82 games, you know who the best teams are, but it sure does make it interesting.
I think this is the best playing situation we've had. Although the first year with the Warriors and the Lakers in that was That was some good stuff right
Yeah.
there. Like
Yeah,
that,
you had the
that worked
Celtics
perfectly.
playing. Remember, Tatum goes for like 50 in a playing game. So you had some. I mean, for the NBA, they're like, we got 3 of our biggest franchises in the play-in, and
Mhm.
then that same year, Ja breaks out and they win in San Francisco to get to knock out the Warriors.
Mhm.
So I mean, yeah, I think it's going to be. Like I said, ask me tomorrow when I know what the standings look like, then ask me again 2 days from now. I don't know what this thing is going to shape up as. I don't ever pretend. I don't think anybody. I mean, like I said, I talk to people who I still know in the league, and some of them say, well, you know what? If the Lakers are healthy, then they say, well, you know what? If Cat is right, if the Warriors get right, there's so many ifs tied to every single team. I think the one thing that everyone agrees in is that Dallas isn't going to play any defense.
Mhm.
That's the consensus. That Dallas is not going to try to stop anybody. But I mean, if you thought Jalen Brunson and Luka were tough to deal with, I mean, engaged, focused Kyrie and Luka isn't fun either. But who knows?
Yeah. What do you think? We talked a little bit about this earlier. What do you think about the Clippers? They got a lot of flack for the way they started when Westbrook came, going 0-5. But we kind of mentioned like they lost all 5 games by combined like 7 points. Like they were there. Now all of a sudden, I think they've won 5 in a row, or is it 4 in a row?
They won 4 in a row. I think they lost 1 and then they won.
Got you.
They got back on track.
So I don't know. Like I think even with Phoenix and Kevin Durant and all this other stuff, I still think the Clippers, outside of the Kings, of course, are going to the NBA Finals. I think they're representing the Western Conference. What you think about the Clippers?
My concern with them is the concern that everyone's had about the Clippers. How will Kawhi Leonard's body hold up? Just he hasn't played for a few months straight of basketball in a long time. And I know he had the ACL before, but he's had a history of problems with his knees. And that I remember even when he went into free agency after he left Toronto, I had a scout tell me, if you sign him, just realize he's not going to play more than 60 games in a regular season.
Mhm.
That he's going to cap it off at 60. And so can you adjust? They just had so much in and out. I mean, like I said, some nights I think they could be the best team in the West. Some nights I don't know what they are. But that's kind of indicative of the conference. Everyone has these weird up and down. They got a coach who's won a championship. They got their best player has been a Finals MVP twice, but he's also had injury problems. Paul George is Hall of Fame talent, but he's also had some legendary just fall apart situations.
Meltdowns.
Yeah, he has. He is. I mean, I know maybe he called himself Playoff P, but
he did.
He called him.
Literally, no one ever called him that before.
The fact that he had to give himself that name tells you about his playoff. I mean, even going back to Indiana, I never forget what they had to Game 7 with Miami. What I saw was a scared team except Lance Stevenson. Lance was the only guy who came ready to go. The other guys were like, "Oh my God, we shook." So I mean, if PG's ready to go, you say him and Kawhi together, yeah, but you really don't know what you're going to get. I mean, they've got depth, they've got talent, they got a great coach, but they're also the Clippers. So if things were to go haywire for them, I don't think anyone would be shocked.
There's just so many ifs. Like you just said this a second ago, Jay. There's just so many ifs with like every team involved. The thing about Kawhi is you talk about those 60 games, he's not going to play more than 60 regular season games. And I think part of that is to get to this moment, is to get to the playoffs so he can play all of these games in a row. And if memory serves me correctly, he was pretty banged up on the run to the finals.
Yeah.
Like he wasn't healthy when, he hit the shot against Philadelphia and they went on to beat Golden State. Like he was kind of hanging on and pushing through a lot of things. So I think he's willing to push through a lot in the postseason. I understand that maybe he's not as willing to do that, or maybe doesn't feel it as necessary to do in the regular season.
Yeah, I get that, but you also made your path a lot tougher.
Sure.
Yeah, so I mean, if you're going to bank on him being healthy, that's one thing. But do we really know? I mean, like I said, this is the biggest. We all should get a fifth for every team from 1 through 11. I mean, This is a drunk Western Conference. I mean, just take a shot for every time 6 through 11 changes. I mean, it'd be all bad if you were doing that. It's just, like I said, you really can't call it because I mean, there's so many ifs. Like, if Kevin Durant's right, if the Nuggets of most of the year show up, or do the Nuggets from the last couple of weeks show up, if the Kings don't go cold on offense decide all of a sudden have a bad week and a half on offense for the first time all year, just keep on going. If Memphis can stay out the club, I don't know. If Dillon Brooks can stop, being a menace to society. I mean, there's just so many ifs. I mean, if they get Steven Adams back, you just don't know.
Yeah.
That's the biggest.
And
Steven Adams.
Yeah, and what he's able to do when he comes back.
Assuming, of course, he's okay, because what was that? What was that?
It was
he had stem cell replacement.
Yeah, he had like an injection.
Injection. That's what it was.
Yeah,
he's like the one adult one of the only adults on that team.
Yeah.
So you kind of, you not just off the court, on the court, you need a guy like who can settle guys down. He's been there. He's been to the finals. He's had deep playoff runs. I mean, it's no coincidence that they fell off when he was gone.
Yeah.
He's one of the last, he's a true vet, even though it feels like he's really not that old. He's just been around, it seems like, since like 98, but he really hasn't.
Yeah. I look at, this Western Conference, and obviously we've talked about a number of different times, but I mean, it can go in so many different directions. And we bring this back to the Kings. And I feel like the Kings have the simplest formula to a win. If they can score, they're probably going to win.
Mm-hmm.
Like everybody else, well, they can score, but maybe they're not defending and they give it up, or they're defending really well, but they can't throw it in the ocean and they score 104 or whatever. The Kings, if they can score, they're probably going to win. I know, Jason, we go back and forth about defense all the time. I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but what we've seen from this team is they scored 120 last night, and they scored 4 points over a 12-minute span in that game.
But they also gave up 128 to some guys I've never heard of.
Yeah, but if they don't,
that's the big gap with them. That's the big gap, is that they can score on anybody, but they can give it up to anybody.
But the whole point is, if they score 14 points in a 12-minute span, which is terrible, they still win the game. Like that is what they can do scoring. Like they put up 120 and from 7 minutes in the first quarter to 9 minutes to go in the second quarter, they scored 4 points.
Yeah. And my thing with the Kings is just that I can't recall a team that's been this bad defensively making a deep run. I mean, there have been teams that have struggled, but a team that consistently lets teams shoot 50 from the field, 40 from three. I've never seen a team with numbers like that, 29th, 30th in defensive categories, make a deep run. I mean, and that's why I say everyone has their issue in the West. Everyone has an issue. The Kings have the best offense, but probably have the worst defense of the bunch. I mean, they can score on anybody, but when you can also give it up to anybody, in a 7-game, we're talking, it all depends on the matchup they get. It may not bother you when it gets a Dallas, but do you want to risk, say they have a bad week this week and they lose the next 2, and then Memphis wins a couple, then they end up at 3 and the Warriors stay 6. Do you really want to risk that against, even though the Warriors can't win on the road, in terms of road home, Sacramento would be almost ideal situation for them. Do you really want to give Steph 5-6 cracks at this?
No,
I don't
want to give Steph. I don't want to give Steph any cracks at anything.
I don't want to play
the Warriors. I don't mind the Warriors. Just Steph can stay home.
I know Kenny. He's really looking forward to seeing Draymond in town. No, my buddy Draymond. That's my homie.
Probably be at your house to go over to the Jason Jones compound.
Playing dominoes. That's what we're gonna be doing. Playing dominoes.
Yeah. So I'll come show up and hang out with Dre. I'll catch up with Draymond. Who else do I know? I know a couple of guys over there, but I'll hang out with Draymond. I'll be, and then now I'll be the Draymond Green ambassador for the series.
And then when Memphis comes to town, he's gonna hang out with Dillon Brooks.
I didn't say all that. Now let's be easy. Now. I didn't say all that. Let's not get carried away. I can't hang with them guys. They too young and too much trouble. They find every night. They'll find every nice spot in Sacramento and have me out in the streets. I don't need them problems. I'm old.
We don't need Jason Jones in these streets. I saw the Athletic article posted during the show, but I guess Josh spoke today, and he was like, "I'm not completely better, or I'm not completely well, or something along those lines." And I don't know how I'd feel about that if I was a teammate. I don't know how I'd feel about that if I'm Adam Silver. I don't know how I'd feel about that if I'm Taylor Jenkins. Like, if you was really out there trying to get help, and this was really all about getting help, and you're not well, maybe you shouldn't be back.
Yeah.
But I don't know what I don't. That's just my thought. I don't know what he's supposed to say. I don't know how real this whole Florida thing was, or this whole thing, Jay. I don't know how real any of it was. But if the brother doesn't believe that he's well, then maybe this shouldn't be his focus.
Yeah, and I think some of it may be. I mean, I don't know Ja. I've never really talked to Ja, so I don't know if he's a guy who gets nervous or anything, and maybe doesn't get his point across clearly. There's some guys who are much better once the camera goes off. He might be one of those guys. I don't know, but it's kind of a dual thing. Part of me says, if he's not well, he might need to really be around the team. So people who can kind of bring him in, support him. But on the other hand, if him not being well means I'm going to show up on social media again with a weapon, or I'm going to be fighting with, you got to deal with that. It's really a delicate thing, because you can't make someone get help. I mean, I guess the league, in a way, the NBA kind of can. They can say you can't play until you do. And it's because even when I watched that Jalen Rose interview, I just kind of cringed a few times.
So bad.
I was like, they got to stop putting that type of stuff on. I mean, that did not help him at all.
No.
And so I just wonder if it makes you wonder if he truly understands kind of what's at stake here. I mean, people talking about the money and everything, but this is talking about your well-being here. What are you thinking? Like, the fact that you even thought that was a way to, quote, be free. I want to be free, so I posed with a gun. I'm like, what do you mean you want to be free?
Yeah, it didn't make any sense.
It didn't make any sense at all, and there was no follow-up to that. Or if there was, they didn't air it.
Well, that's because the wrong person was doing the interview.
Yeah, I'm just like, and I like Jalen, but I'm like,
yeah, that's not for him. Jalen's fine, but that's not for him.
Yeah. For him to be like, well, I want to be free. Like, what is that? I'd ask him, what does that mean? Free from what? Is it the pressure? Is it, what is that? What do you mean you want to be free? And I get guys want to go to the strip club and, let loose or whatever. He could have done that, and we never would have known he was there.
Yeah.
Maybe it's an age thing, that whole pull out my phone. I don't know. But yeah, to me, even the organization, they have a maturity problem with that team. Some of your best players are we never hear a peep from Desmond Bain.
No.
He's just lifting weights somewhere.
Yeah, that's all he
did.
Yeah,
but Dillon Brooks can't stop talking about people.
Yeah.
My man's trying to exchange really jersey with somebody who don't even want it. So
that was cold.
Kyrie like, no, I'm cool. No, I said good game. I don't want a Dillon Brooks jersey now.
Like, if I'm Kyrie, where am I going to display this? Next to LeBron, next to Steph, next to Luka. Where am I going to put a Dillon Brooks jersey in my house?
Next to D Wade,
yeah.
Kobe, all the guys he's played with. It's like Dillon. In my mind, I envision Dillon saying, "I'm going to give him my jersey." Kyrie not once said, let's do a jersey swap." Dillon was like, "Oh yeah, here." He's like, "No, I'm cool."
Kyrie was like, "Yeah, I got you, kid. Here's my jersey."
I would have loved to have seen Draymond watch that video.
Oh, I need that.
I would have loved to see Draymond when he saw that video I'm sure Draymond and Clay got a kick out of that.
I'm going to Draymond Green's Twitter account right now just to see if there's something there.
Now, Draymond might say that for the podcast.
He might say that podcast. He ain't gonna say
that last pod he did about Dillon. He just undressed poor Dillon Brooks on the pod.
He ain't gonna save it for the court. He saved the podcast and his Twitter and all that stuff because he giving up 130 every time
Hall of Famer right there.
He giving up 130.
Hey, he can start for the Kings, then he giving up 130.
He could. It's his
Draymond, a Hall of Famer, man. Respect that, man. That's a Hall of Famer right there.
Yeah, you know, I mean, he got a good PR situation.
Wow.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Why is Draymond a Hall of Famer and Michael Cooper isn't?
I didn't say Michael Cooper wasn't.
No, I'm asking you why is that the case? Because you laugh when I said he got a good PR situation. I think that's the difference between the two.
I think part of it. I think
Mike Cooper got 5 of them things.
Yeah,
and he was a great coach.
Yeah, and I'm with you on Coop. You know, I'm with you on Coop.
He's a good coach.
Okay.
You know,
did he win one though?
Yeah,
he won one. Yeah,
okay, all right.
Yeah, he won the chip.
He got the hardwood.
Okay.
I think part of the difference is that from that era, you didn't have people back then giving you these advanced stats numbers and and kind of that hype train with it. Like, when he's on the court, I don't know who would go back and look at that for Coop, but I mean, if you watch the games, I was telling me and my friends were chatting about this the other day. Coop is like the original 3-and-D guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he was shooting three. I mean, he wasn't shooting three like they do now, but I remember it was like back then they didn't shoot a lot of threes. But defensively, what he had to deal with, and to be defensive player of the year, remember it wasn't like he was a starter. As a defender, they bring you off the bench to cool somebody off. That's a whole other thing.
Usually already on fire.
Yeah, and for him to get defensive player of the year with that, yeah, I mean, I just think the Hall of Fame doesn't really give. And I think the other difference would be this too. I don't know if Coop was an all-star. Wow. And even though I don't put a lot of weight in the awards like that, because I mean, if Draymond was as good as he is defensively, but he played on a 500 team, of course he wouldn't get the same love.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't think that's a shot at Draymond, but when you win, things are amplified, and I hope they fix that with Coop. Because I mean,
I didn't come up with that comparison. Like, I didn't invent that. I heard somebody else say it, and I was like, because they got damn near the same resume. Now,
the only difference would be the All-Star game appearance.
Draymond has the All-Star appearances and the gold medals. I don't think Coop.
Well, I think the gold medal.
Coop wasn't in the era where he could have got a gold medal.
There's that.
It's true.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't gonna, he wasn't gonna be in no dream. That wasn't a thing for him. So I think you have to judge Coop by his era. And I just in the Basketball Hall of Fame is one of the weirdest things ever. Like, Tracy McGrady got in no problem. They made Webb wait forever.
Yeah.
And I just don't understand the Basketball Hall of Fame. I mean, and a lot of people who don't understand it. You say that guy won't get. You figure that guy. Oh, he got in first ballot.
Yeah.
They made this guy wait. Like, a guy like Vince Carter is going to be interesting with them. Some folks feel like he's a no-brainer. I thought Chris Webber was a no-brainer.
Yeah,
it's King's legend, Vince Carter.
King's legend.
Yep. King, legendary mentor, as De'Aaron once said. They want me to yell at Vince Carter. Like, what do you want me to do? He's like, be a leader. He's like, that's Vince Carter. He's like, they wanted me to get on Vince Carter. I'm not going to get on Vince Carter.
Jason Jones, The Athletic,
the Professor,
J Street Vibes. Enjoy it while you can. Jay, we appreciate you as always.
Let's go Kings tonight. Go Kings. Beat Boston.
There we go.
Bucks Boston. That's how I feel.
Well, trying to get us to do the Lord's work again. We did it last night, and
actually last night you backslid. The Lord was not pleased. The Lord was not pleased with the Kings last night. I rebuked that effort. I rebuked that first quarter. We were not happy. Us saved, God-fearing Laker fans were not happy with the Kings last night.
Oh man. Well, hopefully you're happy with them tonight.
Yeah, go ahead, beat Boston. It's always a great day when the Celtics lose.
Let's go.
Appreciate you, Jay.
All right,
Thank
catch
you,
you
brother.
next time.
Jason Jones right there, the Athletic, and for now, the J Street Vibes podcast.
Well, you know,
Danny in San Francisco, if you're listening, we're coming for you. We're coming
archive
for you
these episodes.
Oh man, we do way too much.
Come on, man.
We do. Way
Come
too
on,
much.
man. You think they win tonight?
I'm just thinking about how much they ask us to do.
They don't even give us what we offer to ask. What we offer.
Yeah, we have offered. We've offered to do more. Kimberly heard that.
She finally responded.
She did. She finally responded. First time ever. Yeah, we've offered to do more. Do I think they win tonight? You know, I thought that one we saw last night was coming. So yes, I do. I think they beat the Celtics tonight. I think they have an ability. You know, they played the Bucks really well. They didn't win. Could be like that game. It could absolutely be like that game. I don't think they go down. I don't think they started slow. I think it's probably a 4-quarter fight. Their response has been so good in situations like this. God, they've got to be exhausted.
Yeah,
You know, yeah. I mean, just even the the Chicago, Brooklyn, into the Washington, into the Utah, like that's tough. I don't know why everyone doesn't play Brooklyn and New York, the Knicks and the Nets on the same road trip. Like that's just silly to me.
Yeah.
But I think their responses have been good. And you know how sometimes, when we used to do those 8-hour shows, and we'd go in and there's an hour left and we'd power through it, or we'd come in on a day and we're sluggish, but we know we got 3 days off because it's Memorial Day, and you power through that day and you're just on fire and the show's hot. They got a couple of days off. We already know they don't have practice tomorrow. They're back at practice on Thursday. You got the big home Friday night matchup against Phoenix, again, the first night of a back-to-back. Maybe tonight's the one they power through.
Yeah. I think they win.
Okay.
I think it's a great night at the Golden One Center. I think they win. And I think Brian Scalabrine walks his ass over there and lights the beam because he wanted to open his mouth last time.
You missed Jason Jones. You missed Trysta Krick. You want some more Kings talk? And you're listening on ESPN 1320 AM or the Odyssey app. Don't go anywhere. We'll run it back for you next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Go Kings!
I hate how Brian Scalabrine is associated with the Celtics. And now that's our guy, I guess.
He's your Aubrey Huff.
Your guy.
Scalabrine's not that much of a jackass.
No, he's not that much, but still.
We have the worst celebrity fan too. Our celebrity fan is Donnie Wahlberg.
Oof. Can I mention something? I didn't necessarily mean to do this off the air, but I just thought it was interesting. Your boy came up with a hell of a point the other day.
My boy is
your boy Leo.
Okay.
And he was
no problem with Leo.
spot on.
Okay.
He said all these people who come out and talking about, oh man, it looks like this is the rare win-win trade between the Pacers and Kings. This is a win-win. Everybody, it worked out for both. It's a win-win. This is awesome. Blah, blah, blah. It's a win-win. It's like, no, don't do that. Because if the roles are reversed, there's no way in hell you would be saying this is a win-win for the Kings. If the Kings were where the Pacers were, and the Pacers were the Kings were, there's no way in hell you would put this as a win-win. And you know what? Leo is 100% right. They would not do that. So let's call it what it is. The Kings are handling business. I'm not even going to say win-win or the Pacers lost or whatever. I'm saying you would not look at it as a win-win if things were switched.
I agree. That's a solid point from Leo, but is context at all important? Like the Kings. So I think it's impossible to just say if the roles were reversed, right? If the Pacers were at 3, and the Kings were at 7, and Domas 11 out of the playoffs. Yeah. And Domas was playing. The caveat has to be Domas is playing the exact same way, right? They're at different stages of their franchise. You thought the Pacers were going to stink this year, bad.
I did,
and they didn't. And to be fair, they're clearly not a good team because everything went to hell when they lost Tyrese, right? So I get Leo's point, and without context, I think it's 100% accurate. But I think you have to add context to it because of where the Kings were and what they were trying to accomplish versus where the Pacers are and what they're trying to accomplish. My guess, just a guess, the Pacers are very, very happy with the trade
I agree with that.
and where they are.
I agree with that. I hear
the
something
point
different when people say that they're trying to like soften the shit that they were saying before.
You're right. Leo's point is right. If the roles were reversed, they would be getting murdered for it. But I think it's different.
I wish you tell the whole story.
Yeah, thank you, Doc. I do wish you tell the whole story.
What
the fuck out of here? It took one day. What? I knew he would leave, but a day later.
Wow.
Fuck, man. Mark Campbell, head coach of TCU.
Wow.
Formerly of Sac State.
Damn.
Wow.
That's rough. Oh, man. Well, damn. Good for him. Good for him. You know, that's just that's how the coaching. That's how it works. Business is, man.
That's how it works.
I'm sure he got paid handsomely. He got it back.
Yeah.
He got it.
Thanks for getting that out there, Mark. I don't think we would have seen that. Wow. Well, good for Mark. He's a good coach. We said this. We said this yesterday. His phone's going to be ringing. We told him not to answer. Motherfucker didn't listen.
He answered it.
But
damn him.
Money talks.
The bad thing about that is we talk about two different situations. We talk to Coach Patrick all the time. Coach Patrick is here. He said, I'd love to see Sacramento State be like St. Mary's. Like, I don't have any desire to leave. Coach Campbell, you saw this was a bit of a stepping stone. And I'm not talking about him in any way.
Yeah.
But he's going to be up there.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, this is the business. Sac State is just part of that process of getting there. TCU, he does a good job at TCU. I don't think he stays there.
Yeah.
Like there's another step for him to go.
There's absolutely another step for him to go.
Congratulations to him. Thank you, Coach Campbell, for what you gave this city. You and those ladies gave this city this year, and we wish you much love at TCU.
Indeed. We'll get out of here. We got basketball tonight. Love y'all. Hit the thumbs up before you go. Hit the subscribe button, and man, we'll be back at it tomorrow.
Holla.